going to try to record the conversation between Sora and Takeshi, where Sora lines out, sort of describes the proto-morphogenetic field, the phenolnalgenics, or whatever you want to call it, behind these branching timeline visual novels in a very primitive form that doesn't really make any sense. Um, I have about an hour to do this, so let's see if I make it in time. um, so, in case you've forgotten or don't know for some reason, in the original game there was an override mechanic going on right here with plot branches. So, if you did not, you had a choice whether or not you could listen to Sora's spiel. Um, in the original, you actually got to look at the sleeping Tsugumi either way because Sora actually approaches you in the infirmary. Here, she's approaching you in the hall outside for some reason. They decided to make it more differentiated. Um, but if you chose anyway, if you did not go with Sora, so you decided to just refuse, then that would automatically put you into a Tsugumi differentiated state, where you get different versions of the following scenes, like past this point, or just different scenes entirely than if you were into a different differentiation, which would be the Sora differentiation. So like right here is like a branching timeline point. So if you rejected Sora, you automatically went Tsugumi. If you accepted Sora, then whether or not you went Tsugumi depended on if you had enough Tsugumi points. Um, Now I think going with Sora might cost you a Tsugumi point potentially, but you could still have enough to override and to go into Tsugumi anyway. I forgot what the threshold is. I think it's 9, but I don't recall exactly. If you go, and only if you go with Sora and you do not have enough Tsugumi points to override, do you then end up in Sora. So you have to be like, go with Sora and also intentionally have poor Tsugumi points. Which is kind of indicative of the Sora ending being kind of bad, which it is. It's not really couched that way from Takeshi's perspective, but if you look back on it and imagine how it went down, in the original at least, the Sora ending would have been terribly tragic. So everyone dies, except maybe Tsugumi. But she ends up in a potentially really bad situation, even though she may not die. Anyway, now I've read on Wikipedia, although they didn't give me any plot details, which is good, because Wikipedia tends to really spoil things, but they didn't this time, that the routes are different in the Xbox remake. So, there might not be, like, a Sora route and a Tsugumi route, and, like a common bad ending, and they may not split here, like it does in the original. However, I can see from the opening crawl that the CGs from the very end of Sora's route, well, at least one of them is in the game. Although I'm presuming the game is reusing all the CGs. And there's a CG from near the end of. It's not the very last one, again this time, but near the end of Tsugumi's route that is also in the game. So, however they do the routes, they still have to get to. Especially with. They can fudge the Tsugumi one. With the Sora one, they need to get to a really similar scene to the, they might be able to manipulate things around, but it seems like they would have to get to a very similar scene to the end of the Sora ending. So it has to be in there somehow. So it seems like they gotta get to something very similar to those two endings somehow. Can't be that changed. What seems to be really changed just from like the intro cutscene is the Sara route, which that character hasn't even been named yet, so. It's been introduced. The character Sara has been introduced briefly, but has not been named. Anyway, so that's like my little review of what just happened here. I chose to go with Sora, and so we're going. But if it's like the original mechanic, it's still uncertain which route I'm actually in because I could still be in the Tsugumi route if I made good enough choices for Tsugumi. But it's still uncertain, essentially.
闇夜に
Takeshi asks, "Where are we going?" And she responds with, "Is this Yami?" Oh, whatever. Yeah, Yamioni, which I actually. So that's the Wait, is that just concentration? Is that the name that what? It's not a place. So in the original, they go to the Carousel Delphi, or the Dolphin Carousel, which in this Xbox remake has not been introduced yet, even though on the original it was introduced day one. I presume we're going to get to we have to get to the Carousel Delphine at some point so we can get some of those CGs. Like this game, it looks like they're by CG I mean like a computer graphic, which is just a piece of art. They're reusing the art from this spiel that I'm trying to read in an hour, which I may not finish in an hour, and that there is some art in this spiel that's in the Carousel Delphine. The Carousel Delphine's in the background of the art, so I would presume they have to go there.
闇ウニをやった場所、魚の牧場なんてどうですか？
How about a fish farm? How about oh no, it's not okay. So it's not that's not mental guts. That's the kick the can. How about the fish farm where we play kick the can? Okay, I understand. Shall we go then? Maybe they modified the artwork to make this work. Tsugumi won't wake up for a while. You said, "Can we visit Tsugumi later?" Well, in the original you do. You will go back to Tsugumi. She's gonna wake up at middle of the night, but we'll see. Well, to just look at her while she's sleeping, yeah, it's kind of weird that they omitted that. I headed to the fish farm following Sora. I was in the fish farm in the middle of nowhere. Well, I know it's not in the middle of nowhere because it got a mistranslation here. Or mis OCRing. Let me I'm gonna have to use the backlog. That'll help me probably. It really has a really hard time with this right here. Um, it really does not recognize it. Um, I don't think it's important though. But there's some meaning that got lost there. Colorful fish swim in the silence.
静かですね。
It's quiet. Sora murmurs softly.
平常のにぎわいがまるで全部嘘だったように思います。
Seems as if all the normal bustle was a lie.
あ、申し訳ありません。不謹慎でしたね。
You're referring to when the park was open, essentially? Oh, I'm sorry. It was inappropriate, wasn't it? Because she's gonna be like, no, I mean, I understand what you're talking about. No, I can imagine the usual bustle too, so I know what you mean. Speaking of which, how long has Sora been working? Well, how long have you been working here?
私が実用レベルで稼働したのは2011年の4月です。
She got booted in 2011, 4 months in. I operated at a particular level in the month of The fourth month of the year 2011. At a practical level. Okay.
それ以来ということになりますね。
I think it's the same as the original, 2011. I guess you could say it's been that way ever since. So that's 6 years, I can read that. Now in the year 2017, so 6 years?
ええ、そうですね。
Yes, I do.
2223日。
2,223 days is what that's supposed to say. I know what the day symbol is, at least. I don't know many others, but Sora squints as if looking into the distance. Her eyes seem to be staring into the past, not the present. Nostalgia, longing for the past. The feeling of seemed to be present in Sora. There you go. Past of what, though? I sat with Sora for a while watching the fish quietly dip in and out of the water.
倉成さん、鬼ごっこしませんか？
I like this alternative translation. The original was the alternative. The first one was better than the second one. DeepL. Whoops, I skipped that line. I watched the fish drifting silently with Sora for a while. This is the line I skipped. Kurinari, would you like to play tag? This is a bit of a change. Suddenly, Sora opened her mouth.
昨日の闇鬼、とっても面白かったんです。
Yesterday's Yamioni was a lot of fun. Yeah, this is definitely different than the original.
だから、私と鬼ごっこしませんか？
Why don't you play tag with me? Playing tag? Tsukoma? I thought you came here to talk to me. I'm here to talk to you. Whatever. Such questions come to mind.
さあ、倉成さん、私を。
Say. Okay, doesn't look like I got the symbols wrong. So this is kind of so the machine translator says, "Say, Mr. Kurinari, you can have me." Maybe when I'm probably gonna flip through this again once at some theoretical time in the future where I know more Japanese, which may or may not happen. Try to figure out if that's actually how like a person who spoke Japanese would translate that to English. Cause yeah, there's no symbol problem, but that's a really weird translation. Yes, she's trying to romance him, but she wouldn't say that.
捕まえてみてください。
Try to catch me, I guess is what she would say. Okay. Sora floated softly off the ground and began to glide. Maybe it's supposed to be you can have me. It's supposed to be you can catch me. You can grab me or something like that. Hey, wait a minute. It's like Sora's. It's like moving around a red laser and Takeshi's a cat. That's what they're gonna do
ほ
here.
ら、こっちですよ。
Oh, I skipped the line. Suddenly, Sora disappears from view. Losing sight of Sora, my eyes wander through the void. It's this way, right? Oh. There we go. Do you know... It's like, do I know where you are? Something like that. I followed the Sora with my ears, relying on the voice. Right, so yes, they did modify the artwork. Okay.
ここですってば。
I said I'm here. She's up there now. Head to where Sora appeared. At that moment, Sora disappears. Okay. Aretsu, something like that. Which for some reason, every time that's appeared, DeepL is translated to "what the hell," but I don't know if again that's weird because what I could try to Google translate hell into Japanese, but like you have to have a what and a hell to make that. So I don't. Maybe it's just a very emphatic what, and so they're just trying to make it like how an English speaker would say what with emphasis. But what the hell is like it's a curse. It's like you're not only trying to say what, but you're also trying to be intimidating. It has too
こっち
much
です。
connotation. This way. Heard another voice from another place. Turn back in the direction of the voice. Like way to get. I would be really upset with this. I'd be like, could you please stop trolling me? But Sora is not visible there.
どこを見ているんですか？
Where are you looking? Again, I look back towards the voice. There was smiling Sora. That way. But just as I'm about to head that way, I lose sight of Sora. Same that, except now there's two of those, which I forgot if that's like nay. No, nay is like one of the eyeball type symbols. So I think it's whatever. I don't know what I don't remember them. Here's there. This kind of serves as a stand-in for a 2D sprite, doesn't it? This like this artwork clip. Sora appears and disappears instantly here and there. Instead of playing tag, it's all I can do to follow her with my eyes. Or it's more like all I can do is follow her with my eyes. Sorry, hey, you can't do this, can you? That's a weird thing to say, Takeshi. If she just did it, then she can do it.
こっちこっち。
Oh, it started raining outside all of a sudden. That's interesting. That may or may not affect the audio. This
ど
way,
うしたんですか？
this way, this way. What's wrong?
私はここですよ。
I'm here, right? Smile dances in the void. DeepL is kind of profane. But because it's in all caps, we don't know if it's using Namana Sakura. You know it's empty, don't you? Doesn't look like it's a symbol problem. So again, it's just a weird translation. Catching the catch. It's like, you know it's futile, don't you? Maybe something like that. Okay, there's another Sora here. It appeared at some line. I can't grab you no matter how I try. No matter how I try. Okay, yeah. So, what they translate to empty would be more naturally translated as futile.
え、そうなんですか？
Is that so?
そんな。
Okay, so now we're lettering Sora B. We're lettering the Soras now. Oh no.
そうでしたか。私知りませんでした。
Sora C, which I presume is this Sora, says, I didn't know that. What? Sora of does no. This guy has no idea. DeepL doesn't know what to do with this. The three Soras acts as if it is acts as if they are unaware of this fact. What's up with that? What's wrong with you, Sora?
あら、どうしちゃったんでしょう。
Sora A. Oh my, what's going on? Sora tilts her head.
私、変ですか？
Sora B. Am I being weird?
変わりはありませんか？
Sora C. Is there any change? That's what I want to hear. Or more like, that's what I want to know, right? That's what I want you to tell me. What do you mean, what do you want? What do you mean, what do you want? She's laughing.
なんだか自分でもよくわからなくなってきました。
Hey. I'm not sure what's going on with me.
とってもふわふわしてて気持ちいいです。
Sora C out of like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Soras. It's very fluffy and comfortable. Well, no symbol issues. I guess just a really Unfortunate translation. It's just like, this is all Yoiki's fault. Yoiki, you jokester. Yoiki, you perv. Or whatever. Anyway, it drifts to the void, shimmering with a dreamy, enraptured look. I almost choke. Are you really okay? Is there something wrong with you?
すべてすべて聞こえさすべき方なくなん。
Okay. Everything is without reason. So everything is spontaneous, is what she's trying to say. Which is weird idiomology if you put it in English. Is idiomology a word? Like the study of idioms, the way the idioms are, is weird. What is that? What are you doing? Suddenly saying a word like a classic. Are you possessed by something? Well, suddenly saying a word like a classic is a bit odd. Let's see here. Again, don't see any symbol issues.
なんでしょう。
What is it? At that moment, there was only one sore in front of me.
わかりました。
I understand.
意地悪するのはこれくらいにしておきます。
So much for being mean. Mean?
ええ。
Yes. Oh, I tried being mean and it didn't get the outcome I wanted. Is that what she's saying? Okay. It's like it's raining and all my windows are open, but the way the house is structured, it's like it doesn't seem to matter. So, and the way I'll just keep going. I'll go and close all my windows. Sora said it so plainly.
今のはちょっとした前工場です。
Like I tried to troll you, I tried to tease you. Now that's just a little preamble. A preamble?
そろそろ本題に入りますね。
I think it's time to get down to business. Then she began to speak despacito. That's probably literally slowly.
倉成さんをはじめ皆さんが見ている私は皆さんが共有する空間的にはそこにあるように見えています。
Secret that you are looking at, including Mr. Kurinari, seems to be there in terms of the space that you all share. What?
だけど視覚情報としては全て同じではありません。
But as visual information, you are not all the same.
視点の距離や角度によって視覚情報は変わってきます。
This may be really hard to translate just in general. Visual information changes depending on the distance and the angle of the viewpoint. Okay, that
本
makes
来の
sense.
私は倉成さんにお見せしたように空間に広く行き渡って偏在することもできるのです。
The original secret, as I showed you, Mr. Kurinari, can also be, as I showed, I can also be omnipresent, spreading far and wide in the void.
私を見ている人の数だけ、視覚情報としての私は存在しています。世界もまたそうなのです。
I exist as much as the number of people who see me, as visual information. The world?
倉成さん、あの時、もしああだったらと想像したことはありませんか？
Have you ever imagined what it would have been like if you had been like that? I have often.
その想像の世界は、もしかしたら本当にある世界なのかもしれない。
The world of your imagination may be a world that really exists. You mean there might be a parallel universe?
そうとも言えますね。先ほど、倉成さんには私が複数に見えたと思いますが、一人一人の私がパラレルワールドの一つ一つだと思ってください。
You could say that. I think Karinari-san saw me as more than one person earlier, but each of you can think of me as a copy in a parallel world. Trying to use the backlog to redo
ご
that
めん
one.
なさい。飛躍しすぎてしまいましたね。私は偏在できるので、世界が一つしかないということが不思議です。
This is like an very unfortunate background we're in here. Sorry, that's too big a leap. I'm so ubiquitous that it is a wonder there are only two worlds. Okay, I was gonna backlog this one. So that's a grand story. Okay. So basically she's saying there's only two paths. There's three paths, isn't there? Because a bad ending that counts as a path, doesn't it?
ですが、倉成さんたちにとってパラレルワールドはまだ現実感がないことかもしれませんね。
Fortunately, in this game, there is no time to go back and change the road you're on. But for Kurinari and his colleagues, a parallel world may not be a reality. Yes, the concept of parallel worlds is certainly a bit.
これはブレーンワールドという高次元時空の概念なんです。世界はこの世界だけではないという意味ですよ。
Concept that appears in fiction, Kurinari? This is a higher dimensional space-time concept called the plane world. It means that the world is not only this world.
この高次元時空の概念を使って現実世界と電脳世界、二つの世界の橋渡しをするように私は作られました。
I was created to bridge the two worlds, the real world and the electronic world, using the concept of high-dimensional space-time. That's kind of a weird...
私を開発した時のコンセプトは、より人間に近く、人間らしくです。
So she tried to entangle the concept of being a human cyborg interface to hyper space-time. The concept when we developed me was to be more like a bear and not human. To be more like, okay, Kuma, more human.
そのため私にはヒューマンエミュレートリミッターという制御プログラムが設定されています。
It's a Muco. Interesting. That's why I have a control program called the Human Emulation Limiter Setup. Which prevents me from making multiple copies of myself, right? Wait a minute. So if you wanted to control it, why didn't you just develop it so that it couldn't be done from the beginning? If they wanted to control it, why couldn't they develop it so that you couldn't do it, right?
そうですね。でも、時と場合によって、私は人間の能力を超えた力を発揮しなければならないのです。
It's like, why'd you make it so you could go to multiple timelines, but then retract that power later? Yes, it's true, but from time to time I have to exercise powers beyond human capacity.
例えば、一瞬にして100メートル向こうの通路に現れるとか、レミに直接アクセスするとか。
For example, in an instant, I could appear in a corridor 100 meters away or access limited directly. Why can't you do that controlled by the program?
倉成さん、今立っているところから一番遠くに見えるものは何ですか？
It's like, why can't you do that while also being under the limiter? Why do you have to make it so that the limiter is so limiting that in order to do these things you often do, you have to retract the limiter, basically. What can you see from where you are standing? Is that a whale, a manatee?
私もなんですよ。ヒューマンエミュレートリミッターが備わっているから、人並み外れた視力は持っていないんです。
I don't have a human emulated. Wait. I don't have human-like vision because I have a human emulated limiter. Huh? You can see if you don't have it. Okay.
可能です。でも残念ながら、そこの制限を解除する権限が今の私にはありません。
It should be you can't see if you have it. That is. It's possible, but unfortunately, I don't have the authority right now to lift the restrictions. Then how would you bounce around? What if you're free to alter yourself to surprise people?
あれは魚の牧場内のお魚の画像情報を私のデータに差し替えて錯覚させたものなのです。本当は分身したわけではないんですよ。
I was not really. Wait, there's a lot more to that than just. That's a really short translation. It's not really an alter ego. Okay. That really didn't that's unfortunate. Yeah, I'm gonna try to backlog that because there's some symbols that got messed up. Duped. That was the Huzhou replacing the image information of the fish in the fish farm with my data. In truth, I didn't alter it. So she just made the fish look like her. So she didn't make multiple copies of herself. She made fish get her skin. Okay.
騙すつもりはなかったのですが、
Clever.
私は倉成さんに分かってほしかったのです。
So she can fake copying herself as long as she's in the fish place. I didn't mean to deceive you. I wanted Mr. Kuranari to understand. Sora. Or
倉成さんのおかげで現実世界と電脳世界にあった境界線ともいえる幕が破れたからです。
thanks to Mr. Kuranari, the membrane that was the boundary between the real world and the cyber world has been broken down. What did I do? Wait a minute. What do you mean out of the blue? Did I open the third eye or something? Sora laughed mischievously for a moment, then opened her mouth.
レムリア碑文の一文にこんなくだりがあります。
You have lifted the curse, Kuranari. One sentence of the Lemurian inscription has this to say.
見えるもの、見えないもの、広がりを持つ世界、神羅万象。あらゆるすべては見えない紐でつながっている。
Okay, let's see what DeepL can do with this nonsense. Everything, the visible and visible, the expanse of the world, the whole forest, everything is connected by invisible strings, or by an invisible string. Probably the singular and plural are as ambiguous.
それは幾重にも分かれ、途切れても、すべては見えない紐で紡がれていく。
Well, I got the symbols right, but it's having a hard time translating for some reason. Oh no, it didn't. It actually turned this te into a date. It's multi-layered interrupted but all spun on an invisible string.
倉成さん、もっと聞きたいですか？
Mr. Kuranari, would you like to hear more? I'm gonna choose yes, but I gotta figure out which one is yes because these are not. I just want to know what I'm gonna do. That did not OCR well. Well, those are the same. What? I see different symbols. They can't be the same. I would like to know more about you and your family. DeepL is famous for trying to add context. I'd like to know more about it. I'm done. Yes. I choose I want to know more about it. If I do get Sora route differentiated, I get all the Sora points. Yeah, I'd like to know more.
わかりました。後で制御室の端末からレミにアクセスして、レムリア碑文についての情報を私のデータベースに追記しておきますね。
I understand. I will access Limit from the terminal in the control room later and add the information about the Lemurian inscription to my database. I thought you were going to tell me now.
すみません。期待させてしまいましたか？
Sorry. Did I get your hopes up? I thought you knew everything about Sora. I thought you knew everything, Sora.
私の場合、好奇心学習型の AI なので、自分が気になった情報をデータベースから学び、できることは実践して勉強していくんです。
In my case, I am a curious learner. So I learn information that interests me from the database. And I learn by practicing what I can. I see. pictured Sora wearing a sailor suit and a pot holder, working hard at her desk and doing her duty. Sure.
あ、何かおかしかったですか？私。
You know something? Am I crazy? It's aghast. No, I don't know anything. No, I just thought it was interesting that you learned in that way. Sora?
はあ、面白いですか？
Interesting, isn't it? So it's like, I decided to add that to my training set. Okay. It's kind of cute.
かわいいですか？
Okay. Katsu kawaii desu ka? It's like, is it cute? Well, that symbol got messed up, so instead of kawaii, it turned into history love. Kawaii, whatever that is, which I forget.
そんな勉強がかわいい？
Such studying is cute.
理解不能です。
Stand. Sora looked embarrassed and annoyed. Maybe it's a way of using words that is not in her database.
そうですか？かわいいですか？
I am so hung up over the concept of kawaii. That's so cute it is. It was just like a random boy saying something off the cuff. Don't worry about it. I don't know why this is something that you get hung up on. Sora is somewhat confused, but her cheeks are tinted with happiness. I think that kind of thing is called cute after all.
レムリア碑文の一文を引用したのはですね。
You quoted a sentence from the Lemurian inscription.
見えるもの、見えないもの、見えない紐でつながっているっていうところが気に入ったからです。
Wait, it was Takeshi who did that? Okay, I got this all. This is really confusing, so sorry for me, but I'm gonna end up really confused. I quoted. Yeah, it's Sora. Sora's the one who said it, so I don't know why. I guess I got messed up by the stupid pronouns thing. It should be I quoted, or just quoted an inscription. It quoted a section of the Lemurian inscription. I suppose. I mean, Sora's the one who said it. It was in her speech line. Connected by invisible strings. Okay.
倉成さんが見つけてくれたから、こちらの世界にいないあやふやな存在だった私を仲間だと認識してくれたから。
And what compounded it is that it said that she added that to her database. Well, if she quoted it, why is she adding it to her database? It might be that it's like she can access that information, but that's not in her training set or something. Anyway, continuing. I'm all confused. This conversation is confusing me. I knew it would. I knew this wouldn't translate well, and this is showing to be true. Uh, because Mr. Kurinari found me, because he recognized me, who was not in our world and had an iffy existence as a friend, okay, not in his world, and had a. It translated iffy, which is slang.
それで私も皆さんとつながっているんだなと感じられました。
An uncertain existence might be a better translation. It shouldn't be so informal. DeepL decided to make that really informal. So I guess I'm picking with you guys too. I could feel it. Oh. Well, this probably was what turned it into picking. And it's not the right word.
こちらの世界、倉成さんのいる世界にも同一の私がいるんだなって感じられました。
I felt that I am the same person in this world as in the world where Mr. Kurinari lives. Okay, now I backlog this. See if we can get it to not say she's picking in the same way or something. I was an existence that didn't exist in this world, but recognized me as one of his friends. Because he recognized me as one of his friends, even though I was a vague existence that didn't exist in his world. Okay. I still can't get that symbol. This symbol is driving the OCR nuts. Let me try to grab just that symbol. I still can't do it. Whatever, I just lose that symbol. Point, she's saying that, like, Kurenai recognized her as a friend, so now she is like him and everyone else. Or something. Which unlocked something. I could feel that I am the same person. Okay.
それでちょっとだけ境界がなくなって幕が破れた気がしたんです。
That made me feel a little bit like the boundaries were gone, like the membrane had been broken.
倉成さんも紐かもしれませんね。
Kurenai-san. Okay, so no symbols got messed up, so it's just purely DeepL. Purely DeepL decided to introduce the word pimp into this sentence where it probably shouldn't be. I don't know what it should have been besides pimp, though. Sora looked at me and gave me a kind smile. I just stared at such a smile in Sora. Okay, we got 7 minutes left, which is good. I'd make a tuna sandwich probably for dinner. Oh, is this where the tuna sandwiches are finally coming in? Not whatever they put in there in place of tuna for some reason. Maybe it's supposed to be like chicken breast. However, the fried tatsuta was frozen and defrosted in a microwave oven, which doesn't work very well. Something about cooking. It was a sandwich between lettuce topped with a ready-made tartar sauce. So it's like protein style. Why did I translate ellipses? I don't know. I was just clicking the buttons based on muscle memory. Coco showed up for dinner, but was still in low spirits. Coco, I made a lot. You can eat as much as you want. Un. Play together afterwards. Still seems concerned about Tsugumi after all. I can't find words to say. Boy problems. Even I'm. Even her. At that time, you appeared in the room. I went up to you and whispered to her. You, Tsugumi's condition, how's it going?
私は専門の医者じゃないから具体的なことは言えないけど。
Doctor, so I can't give any specifics.
回復は今のところ順調よ。
Recovery is going well so far. Do you know? Good. Now relieved, melting breath.
順調すぎるくらいにね。
So much so that it's too late to be steady. Oh, there's a symbol mess up. Okay, I'll go to the next line. Oh, they're gonna redo it, so see if we can get the second. Nope, we can't. Did it literally like translate fast into slow? Okay, too fast, isn't that a good thing? So basically, it's like too fast to be steady. Anyway.
なんて言ったらいいんだろう。
What can I say? It's like the instruments might be broken. Yu is at a loss for words. She can't seem to find the words she wants to say. What's wrong? Is something still wrong?
そうじゃないんだけど。
No, it's not, but
そうだね。生命力ってやつよ。
so they're making it like less dramatic. Like she's recovering way too fast as opposed to literally didn't even need to stitch her up. Which the original isn't really very consistent about that. Like Yu says she doesn't even need stitches, but later on there's a scene where Takeshi will look at the scar and he'll say that it looked like it had been stitched. So it's complicated. And I presume in the Xbox remake, because the surgery was done by a machine, the machine just did its own thing automated, and it just stitched her up anyway. Like they put stitches in regardless. Anyway. Yes, that's right. It just kind of like transliterates the whole thing. Ushu mei kiryoku wa yao yo yeah. Then you laughed.
さーて、お腹も空いたし夕食は？あら、できているじゃない。
I'm hungry. What's for dinner? Oh, it's ready?
それじゃ、ご飯にしましょうかね。
Oh, it's ready. It's probably the artifact. Shall we have dinner then? I think I'll go 12 more minutes approximately, but yeah, hitting the hour. So I got the conversation in an hour. You went to the table. Told Coco what you told me. This little insertion right here turned the Coco into a Goko. Anyway. Whoops. So I heard that Tsugumi is recovering very well. Good for her, she'll be fine in no time. Really? Coco is delighted with a twinkle in her eye. I don't think that's gonna translate. Yeah, these noises she makes just don't translate. And Coco puts the did not translate right on the table on a plate and tries to carry it somewhere. So where are you going?
つぐみ、きっと目が覚めたらお腹が空いてるよ。だからご飯持っていくの。
Tsugumi. She woke up with a start and she's hungry. That's why I'm bringing her some rice.
あ、ここ大丈夫大丈夫。つぐみなら来るときご飯あげたから。
Rice probably just means food. It's just a way of saying food. She'll be fine. If it's Tsugumi, I fed her when she came. Huh?
つぐみご飯食べてるの？目が覚めたの？
Tsugumi, is she eating dinner or is she awake?
まだ寝てるけど、点滴交換したから大丈夫。
She's still sleeping. Well, I changed her IV and she's fine. Oh, she's like, I fed her as in, like, I changed her IV. Okay.
点滴？
IV?
そう、点滴。高い栄養ドリンク飲むより効くし、白髪だって一部が黒くなるくらい効くわよ。
It's so effective that even some of your gray hairs will turn black.
だから、つぐみには今食べるご飯はいらないの。
Is that some sort of foreshadowing? So Tsugumi doesn't need any food.
だけど、ココの持ってきていたホットドッグはちゃんと冷蔵庫に入れといたからね。
And I made sure to put the hot dogs Coco brought in the fridge.
ナッキュ、ありがとう。
She saved or whatever. Thank you.
どういたしまして。
You're welcome. And the old Butsu or whatever it is got turned into Caterpillar by accident. IVs creep me out, by the way. Yes, I've gotten them, but the concept creeps me out. So avoid that. I'm not going to be one of those like athletes that like intentionally gets IVs before doing their competition. I did no. That's not for me. With that, you bit into her sandwich as if to hide her embarrassment. Coco is feeling better. I muttered in my mouth. It doesn't seem to be like a symbol mess up, so I don't know what that means exactly. You mutter with your mouth. Got up and went somewhere. See, this is a very bad. This is a symbol going bad trap here. Doesn't look terrible. Okay. Well, what should we do? Tsugumi is in no condition to move, but if things continue as they are, we are going to be a sea algae station, including Lamu, in 3 days. I get what that's trying to mean, yes? Going to be a rusty wreck. I think they're going to translate that to, if they were translate to English, they would say we're about to be fish food in 3 days. Since sitting still is not going to make things better, I decided to go for a walk to see if I can come up with a better way to break the ice by moving my feet. So we're going to get to the Carousel Dauphine. Close the door marked Slaughterhouse and turn. Wait. Su. Oh, I forgot what that is. Like this symbol here. Pa. Pa. Us. Yeah, it sounds kind of like Slaughterhouse. That's crazy. But anyway. And he turns some corners. There's some numbers involved, but the numbers don't really go through right, so. I don't know why they use the Arabic numerals in this and not just the kanji for the numbers. That confuses me. It also confuses the OCR and the translator because they're like, why translate Arabic numerals in Japanese to? I haven't been ever been notified that a possible route had been found. There's no escape pods, but yeah, there's some OCR mess up there. Swimming out is too risky. So as a last ditch effort, okay, it says I paced aimlessly pondering unanswered questions, which seems like a good translation, but I know that it's not because it didn't OCR that right. So cold. Okay, we're gonna do like watering the plants now, I presume. Um, Backlog. Retry it this line. Walked around in a daze doing these things. Okay. Interesting. Guess the original was better. Now I gotta figure out how to adjust these settings because the background of this room is like really white, unfortunately. Okay. How's that? Not the best. Is it cold? No, Tsugumi's watering the plants. Not Tsugumi. Sora is. That's what's going on here. For some reason, the rain was rising. Why is the... Oh, I guess the pool can still be open because, why does it rain? The pool... Because Lemu didn't decompress. Are they still on Ersteboden? Gee. Is it raining? How can it rain on the ocean floor? Well, it's not on the ocean floor, but whatever. Is this flooding? Come on, what's he yell? DeepL. What do we do? What do we do? That moment, for some reason, I was circling around a nearly gold-plated statue. What? Sora, what's in the sky? The sky! I stopped spinning.
ええ、少し前からここにいましたよ。
Yes, I was here a little while ago. I've been...
花を眺めていたんです。
I was looking at the flowers. I look at the flowers that have been planted. Flower beds seem to be planted with low womb roses, marigolds, and margaritas together.
生命とは不思議な現象です。
Life is a mysterious phenomenon. Says she gazes at the flowers.
種から芽が出て成長し、花を咲かせ、受精し、種を実らせ、土に帰る。
From the seed sprouts, grows, flowers, fertilizes, bears seed, and returns to the soil.
その種から再び芽が出て成長し、花を咲かせ、受精し、種を実らせ、土に帰る。
Elton John. From that seed sprouts and grows again. Flowers, fertilizes, bears seed, and returns to the
その
soil.
繰り返し。
Repetition.
生命とは何のためにあるのでしょう。
This life for.
花は何のために咲くのでしょう。
Do flowers bloom for? To make more flowers. I couldn't answer on the spur of the moment. For what purpose do flowers bloom? I couldn't help but listen. Oh, shout. Sora, it's flooding, it's flooding.
浸水ではありません。消火用のスプリンクラーから水が出ているだけですよ。
Like, do you not know that we water the flowers in here? It's not flooding, it's just water coming out of the fire sprinklers. Fire sprinklers? Oh, they're being misused? Well, is it a fire? What kind of trouble? I asked, suppressing my agitation.
いいえ、違いますよ。お花にお水をあげていたんです。
Oh no, I'm transitioning. I was watering the flowers. Transitioning? That's not the right symbol. Whatever. Water. There we go. Sora nodded quietly. I checked the water I received with my hand and put it in my mouth. Usually water things with reclaimed water, though. What was coming out of the sprinkler nozzles was neither extinguishing agent nor seawater. It's just water.
はい。
Yes.
館内水道用の真水です。
Fresh water for the water supply.
この数日間、誰もこのお花たちにお水を与える者はいなかったから。
No one has given water to these flowers in the past few days.
花壇の土は乾き、表面にはひび割れができていたから。
Soil at flower beds was dry and cracks were forming on
お
the
花は
surface.
しおれ、枯れかかっていたから。
Flowers were dry and were dying.
だから、お花にお水をあげていたんです。
So I'm watering the flowers. I didn't know that. Somehow the caw was left out. Interesting.
倉成さんをびっくりさせてしまったみたいですね。
Laughing. I think I startled Kuranari-san. I wouldn't say startled, just scared him. Oh, you surprised me. I thought it was flooding.
システムに火災の偽情報を送って、消火用のスプリンクラーを誤作動させたんです。
The alarm going off for flooding. The fire information was sent to the fire sprinkler system, which malfunctioned to extinguish the fire.
でも、サイレンはカットして、皆さんに気づかれないよう、こっそりやるつもりだったんですが、バレちゃいました。
She basically just faked it out. I was going to cut out the sirens and do it secretly so everyone wouldn't notice, but I got caught. Sora giggled like a child who had just been caught in a prank. Sora is so kind. And I said so.
火事はどこなの？
It's like, where's the fire? Where's the fire? You came over in a great hurry. He was holding a fire extinguisher with both hands. Safety pin is pulled out and the nozzle is thrust out in a firing position.
倉成、火事はどこなのよ？
Kuranari, where's the fire? You notice as Mia calls out.
もう制御室にいたらモニターに火災警報が出てるじゃない。慌てて飛んできたわよ。
Saw the fire report on the monitor and I panicked and flew over. No.
違うって火事じゃないの？
I thought you said you were going to avoid the fire. To avoid the fire? Oh, the first symbol got messed up again. Okay. Oh, no, there's nothing to worry about.
すみません。今スプリンクラーを止めますね。
I'm sorry, I gotta turn the sprinklers off now.
ひょっとしてなんだけどさ。
Wondering if by any chance.
もしかして、いたずら？
Are you pulling a prank? Let's see. Yeah, something like that. Found some unusual colored and shaped pots on the wall over here and there. What's this? And while I was thinking that, okay, so it basically just said like I heard an unusual sound or something. I'll try to backlog it. I just wanted to say that my fingers are getting sucked in, and before I know it, they're snapped away. I hope you like it. What?
押したってわけね。
Basically saying he pulled the fire alarm. So you pushed it?
小学生じゃあるまいし。
Basically saw I found an unusual colored thing on the wall. My fingers got sucked into it and I pushed it. That's what he's saying. Okay. You're an elementary school kid? Why would you like stick up for Sora for? Like, it's not like if like you figures out Sora did it, you's gonna like chew Sora out. It's like there's not gonna be any consequences for Sora. I thought I saw an ominous aura rising from Yu's body. I mean, what's Yu throws down the fire extinguisher.
くらなり
A momentary question, stillness turns to motion. Okay. In an instant, stillness turns to motion. You bent over and dashed furiously towards me. Before I can prepare myself, the right hand is closing in on me. Takeshi is very slow. I quickly avoid it with my right hand. But this is a fake. The foot is not on it, okay. The moment I was about to prepare for the real deal, uh, bomb was flying in the air. I know what they're trying to get here, but it's judo. I didn't realize it until after my back was slammed into the floor. Stupid game protagonist problems really get mad at the protagonist. Just like, why did you?
倉成さん、大丈夫ですか？倉成さん。
Mr. Karinari, are you okay? Heard the voice of Sora in my ear. Saying it's empty because there's Sora in there, and somehow that translates to emptiness sometimes. Dull pain in my back.
まったく、つまらない嘘をつくからそんな目に遭うのよ。
Such a pain in the butt because of your petty lies. Why?
それに比べて、空は偉いわよね。お花に水をあげるなんて。
Sora is great compared to that, watering the flowers. It's like... Apparently, while I was falling, Sora confessed that she did it. And you has no regrets about throwing Takeshi whatsoever, because you's a jerk.
偉いわ。
You're really great. Attitude is very different from my Togi, okay? No, in my case, they thought it was a schoolboy prank. I don't know.
私のせいで本当にすみませんでした。
Sorry, it was my fault. Sora apologized, looking really sorry. I did it on my own, don't worry about it.
そうよ。悪いのは倉成なんだから。自業自得よ。
Yes, Kurinari's to blame, he deserves it. What? You turns to the side with a type of face or something. Pout. Okay, it's okay. Shifted my gaze to the flower beds. Bathed in lighting, the wet flowers looked sparkling and dancing. They looked like they were shining in the light. It was very beautiful. Flowers were also watered and seemed happy. Beautiful.
綺麗ですね。
Beautiful, isn't it?
綺麗よね。
Basically, it's beautiful. We gazed at the same flowers for a while. The flowers Sora sees look like the flowers we see. Such a question was on my mind. Probably like a symbol got messed up in there, but whatever. But the feeling of beauty seemed to be the same as ours. Crawled into the bed I slept in yesterday. I close my eyes. Has to wake up in the middle of the night, doesn't he? I close my eyes. The empty dialogue graces my brain.
見えるもの、見えないもの、
Basically,
広がりを
sky.
持つ世界、神羅万象。あらゆるすべては見えない紐でつながっている。
Basically, it's supposed to be Sora's words enter my brain, but Sora turns into sky, which turns into empty, and words turn into dialogue, and so on. All things visible and invisible, expanse of the world, the whole forest, everything are connected by an invisible string.
それは幾重にも分かれ、途切れても、すべては見えない紐で紡がれていく。
It's kind of no. Visible strings that connect the people, the world, and all things. Redo that. Try a way to make it so it's not turning into Pimp. Visible, okay. I gotta figure out what Pimp gets mistaken for. Still not quite right. Those off into visible layers isn't right? Isn't correct either. That could be something like the bond between people. Okay, time remaining probably 79 hours. Der Freitag. Day 3, right? I wake up unexpectedly. At that moment, consciousness had already awakened. In a closed space, we do not know the sense of time. Like a casino, of course. I groped for my cell phone, which I left under my pillow. It's 5 a.m. or 5:03. Ground. The sort. The sky would be the actual sky would begin to whiten. The birds would start chirping. The time when birds begin to sing. But here in the darkness prevailed, and all I could hear was everyone's quiet sleep. The situation surrounding us is still not getting any better. No contact with the outside world. Escape routes have been cut off. Tsugumi is injured, unable to move. The countdown to Lemu's destruction is quickened. There's no way to beat the looming time. The situation is only going to get worse. Squeeze my eyes shut to get away from all the nastiness. In the darkness, I let out a deep sigh. The light is visible. Suddenly, the image of Sora appears before my eyes. I'm gonna say that Tsukumi's awake. Hurriedly opened my eyes, jumped up, and saw Sora right in front of me.
どうしました倉成さん。
What's wrong, Mr. Kuranari? She's asking me. My eyes closed and was startled when you suddenly appeared in front of me.
変ですね。ミラージュは対象者の瞳が閉じられた時は自動的に停止するはずなんですが。
Yeah, Mirage can make me appear even when your eyes are closed. That's strange, isn't it? Mirage should stop automatically when the subject's eyes are closed.
どこかにバグが出たのかもしれません。後で不具合をチェックしてみますね。
Maybe there was a bug somewhere. I'll check the glitch later. So, what's going on so early in the morning? Is something wrong?
あ、はい。倉成さんが起きていたので先に伝えておこうと思ったのですが。
Yes, Kuranari was awake, so I thought I'd tell you first. So mysterious. Probably should be just look serious. I knew. Is there some new nuance? Some new nuisance? I swallowed my spit, though it was from nervousness.
いえ、違います。小町さんに覚醒の兆候が現れました。
Tomachi-san has shown signs of awakening.
普通ならば今も麻酔は効いているはずなんですが。
Usually, the anesthesia would still be working. Sugumi is going to wake up?
はい。間もなく目覚めると思います。
Yes, I think she'll wake up soon. Right, she's gonna feel awful because that's what happens when you get anesthetized. Sugumi wakes up. Unable to stand still, I jumped out of bed and went to Tsugumi. Okay, I'm going to pause the encoding because I have to do something. I may or may not come back. I'll come back just to like restart it and re-pause it, basically. Okay, after going grocery shopping, which occurred in that split second in which I paused, I'm now going to unpause and re-bring the game to the forefront of my, window stack, which probably is going to result in the game not visually updating based on user input. And because I didn't save the game right before pausing, I'm probably going to have to go back to the previous save and fast forward to here. Life is fun. Let's see if it responds. It still responds. Good, we can keep going now. Oh, Mr. Kuranari. What do you expect him to do, Sora? Just be like, oh, thanks for the information and go back to sleep? Maybe. I went to the double doors and rushed to Tsugumi's bed. Tsugumi was still sleeping. Just like the one I saw before I went to sleep. Um, I'm having a lot of trouble with this. So it doesn't look like there's any characters messed up, right? So the characters look fine, but you would this can't mean just like the way I saw before I went to sleep because he didn't see her before he went to sleep. He didn't actually go and look at her. So like the sentence doesn't make any sense in context. That's the problem. So yeah, I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Soon you'll wake up. Is it true? I couldn't make a decision for me. What? Well, this character is not quite right, so that might be an issue. In fact, I think if you change these kanji just a little bit, then it'll change the meaning like a lot. So, only the regular operating sounds of the medical computer transmitting pulse and blood pressure data dominate the scene. Okay, I can go back to the backlog and retry this one. See if we can. Okay, so that looks. It's still. Nope, it has a real hard time with that. I can just isolate that one kanji because I'll be obsessive about this. Oops. Oh, it really doesn't like that kanji. Okay, whatever. I guess that sentence will just be lost. There's something about her being like asleep and will she wakes up soon? I can't decide. Like I can't control that or something. Okay. Mixture of anxiety and anticipation. I just quietly watched Sugumi wake up, which is kind of annoying, right? It's annoying when you wake up and you're like been sedated, like chemically sedated, and you're just like someone's immediately talking to you, and you're like, whatever you're telling me now, you should have told me before the surgery. Slightly, Tsugumi's eyelids tremble. Slowly, and then some symbol mix up here. Oh no, it's actually correct. Okay. Then why is dazzling just sounds like a really inappropriate word. Anyway, dazzlingly. Tsugumi's eyelids opened. Eyes wide open, they wandered slowly around the area, as if checking the situation. So like, yeah, and the original was kind of realistic in that she didn't remember what happened at first. Such a gaze is specific with me. Again, this uh, Yoshia really has trouble with that. But she looked specifically at me, or she found me, or whatever. I looked at Tsugumi. Joy, contentment, and love. Suddenly, a variety of emotions well up from the top of my chest. I was so happy. Well, Wishful thinking, sir. I mean, that's not like unrealistic. That's like, yeah, she would think that, but that's also kind of like, you know, it, it, she may not like feel the same about you, right? So, but the word is untranslatable. Words that convey feelings, will, thoughts can be found at you. Doesn't that Romanize exactly to like you? Like YOU? I raise my hand lightly in greeting. Again, it's annoying because she just woke up out of anesthesia. Those were the only words that came to mind. Just you. Tsugumi just stared and looked at me with such an emotionless expression.
今何時なの？
So that it's now what something? What time is it? Okay. Actually, I should have known that phrase. Suddenly, Tsugumi opens her mouth. Let me go back to backlog. Yeah, I should have known. Well,
今今何時なの？
this is to not know that kind of would throw me up. Because it's not like a deska. It's a not know. Eto. I rummaged through my pockets to find my cell phone. By the way, it's a lot different than the original. The original was not like, what time is it? The original was like, she looked around like, injury? What's going on? And then Takeshi's like, either says nothing or I'm sorry. And then she like immediately blurts out, if he says nothing, don't take credit for saving my life. If you wouldn't have done anything, I would have died. Let's see if that actually happens eventually. But it was very awkwardly immediate after waking up that she says that. She's like, comes out with it. It's a lot of thinking. Like surprisingly not foggy. Oh shoot! I left it under my pillow. I remember it's 5 in the morning, right? I think it's about 5 a.m. on the fourth day of the month. I answered the question I just confirmed.
そう。それで状況の方は？
So, how's the madness gone? Yeah, this has the madness going. Yeah, it's a lot different. I was lost. The entire route to Turte stock was flooded and blocked. At this point, there's no way out, and moreover, the facility's collapse time is accelerated. This is not like in voice bubbles. This is just him thinking. I wonder if I should really tell Tsugumi about this now. I don't know. Well, the I don't know is probably like the less. It's Tsugumi. You should. Well, what the hell. Tsugumi, calm down, listen to me. As a matter of fact, I'll tell you.
もういいわ。あなたの顔を見れば、だいたいどんな状況かは想像がついたから。
Yeah, it's really weird to talk. It's like you don't know this person very well, even though you've kind of hung out with her significantly in a couple of instances. You don't just say, calm down and listen to me to Tsukumi. Because she's inherently calm already, right? You don't need to do that. It's kind of patronizing. Oh, forget it. I could almost guess what the situation is like by looking at your face. Tsugumi shook her shoulders languidly. For more information on the fixtures, please visit. How are you doing? Basically, it's how are you doing? Uh, but the first word got a little bit weirded out, so it didn't seem to be a symbol issue. It was just the translator. The fixtures are. Oh, it's changing. Changing the kanji. That's the problem, and there's no way it can really.
愚問ね。
There's no way it can really fix that. What? Come on, DeepL. It's a stupid question. Okay.
そう。悪いわ。最悪にね。
Yeah, bad. To the worst. Oh, okay. That's the stupidest possible question. I see. Maybe she wasn't describing the question, she was describing herself. What? Bad. The worst. Okay. I don't think. Okay, so I thought she was describing the question, and then I thought about it. It's like, wait a second, she's describing her how she feels. It's not cracking. There we go. Sugumi notices an IV tube attached to her arm and frowns in annoyance. Then she repeatedly held and opened her hands in front of her own face. Movements were jerky and slow.
ほんと。最低ね。
This really sucks. It sucks for reasons that Takeshi doesn't understand yet. How's the wound? Does it hurt? I heard the anesthesia should be working, which is weird.
傷
She's like, wound? Wound?
麻酔。
Anesthesia? Okay, so here's where we have, like, she can't quite remember at first thing. Tsugumi slowly looked around. Sealing the sheets and then looked down at the cast on her leg. Then she looked up and looked at the ceiling in a daze.
そうだったわね。思い出したわ。
Yes, you did. I remember now.
私、まだ生きているのね。
Still alive, aren't I? How would I translate that? Conversation breaks down. In silence, a variety of emotions rose again from within my chest. Tsugumi is alive. Now she is scared, but alive. You don't get it, do you? I'm glad she survived. The ignorance. Tsugumi has a joy of being saved did not appear on Tsugumi's face. Seeing that look on your face, seeing that look on her face, okay. Gonna be I'm sorry, and then there's gonna be I'm say nothing. Say I'm sorry. Glad to see you're okay. Now, in the original, I'm sorry was the Tagumi point answer. I'm glad to see you're okay. Sounds like a good answer though. So they're making it not. They're making it kind of hard to. Huh. Go by experience. Yeah, in the original, it's the options are say I'm sorry or just say nothing. But the context is a little bit different. Like you're not going off of you're just kind of talking at her right after she wakes up. You're not going off of a look on her face. Um, I'm still gonna try for I'm sorry because just that's what I've learned, but it may not be right again. Because I'm glad to see you're okay sounds like a good answer as well. It made more. It made the reason why I'm sorry was in the original is because Takeshi was responsible for causing the accident. In this case, he wasn't. Um, However, he was kind of ineffective at getting Coco out of the way because instead of getting her out of the way, he just kind of sticks there. He kind of hugs her and just tries to be a meat shield as opposed to actually getting her out of the way. Um, put my frank feelings into
ど
words.
うして謝るの？
Are you apologizing? Yeah, it doesn't make any sense in the Xbox remake, does it? It makes a little bit of sense, but it makes sense a little bit less, right? Because you got hurt for me. You saved me and Coco, and now we're in this mess. Do better. Apologize again. Bow my head. Tsugumi raised her eyebrows and glared at me. When she saw such rot. Well, let's see, what would have been. This is probably the rot right here. So, yeah, that's a misread of this. I don't know what this is because I don't know my kanji, so I can't figure out what she actually saw. But Seems to be a little bit extra. I'm going to backlog that because seems to be a little bit of noise on that character.
そう。そんな理由であなたは謝ったってわけね。
That's better. Then Sugumi looked at me, raised her eyebrows, and glared at me. There we go. So, that's why you apologize?
じゃあ、私の怪我が自分のせいだとでも言いたいわけ？
I wasn't trying to save you. I'm trying to say that my injuries are your fault. I don't think so.
とんだうぬぼれね。
You're so full of yourself.
私はあなたの身代わりになって傷を負ったわけじゃない。
You thought I cared to save you? Is that what she's gonna go on this way? I guess that makes a little bit. That's a little bit more nuanced, a little bit more intriguing than the original, where it's like you thought I did that to save Coco, where it kind of devalues Coco. So this kind of gets around that whole issue. I didn't take your place and get hurt.
それに私はこんな傷のことなんて何とも
Yeah,
思っ
you
てない
did.
わ。
Okay, I'm gonna. And I don't care about these wounds. However, it's very intriguingly translated as these scars, which means that it could mean that in Japanese in this kind of double entendre kind of way. So that's kind of interesting. And actually, like, it's just like there's another aspect to mistranslating. If the if DeepL translates something a strange way, that might mean that it could mean that theoretically in Japanese, which means that you might get an interesting like double entendre in Japanese translated into the obscure meaning as opposed to the mainstream one. So that's interesting. Sugumi exhaled heavily.
私はただ
I just
ただ死にたかっただけ。
saw an opportunity to die. I just wanted to die. It's like that split second. Opportunity to die and look like a hero in the process. Go for it! Here.
なんで私を助けたりなんかしたの？
Why did you help me?
あのままほっといてもらえれば。
As we don't assume people want to die, Tsugumi. That's not. If only they would. If only you would have left me alone.
死ねたのに。
I could have died. Takeshi is still confused. And this is right here. Right, these couple lines is on the original where the route differentiates. Let's see if it's similar. It's actually Takeshi's words that change depending on the route, not Tsugumi's. Tsugumi says the same thing. It's what how Takeshi reacts that's different. Right? If you're Tsugumi differentiated, he tries to continue the conversation with Tsugumi. If he's Sora differentiated, he just storms out of there. What are you talking about? Yes, this is the situation, but don't be so mysterious. I'm going to backlog that because this kanji got distorted. So it probably shouldn't be mysterious. It's supposed to be some other kind of thing. Okay. Although she's being mysterious, that's not what Takeshi's querying. Huh. Having a hard time with that character, but whatever. It's something. Don't be so something Takeshi doesn't want her to be. Tsumi returns a distressed look at my words. I look at Tsugumi's eyes. I guess facial expression told me that she was not joking when she said that. Tsugumi will not die. No, she won't. I will not let her die. Or, no, you won't. I will not let you die. Whatever. We must be saved. Die. Tsugumi's shoulders relaxed and her expression softened.
わかったわ。
I got it. I finally get it. My face has loosened up too. Yeah, she's about to say, you're a hypocrite or something, even though that's not how you use the word hypocrite, but Tsugumi gave one smile. Then she took one look at my face, and then she mumbled, I'll be right back. Oh, that's the extra con. Okay.
よくわかったわ。あなたが偽善者だということが。
Ah, bad kanji. I am well aware that you are, and it's probably supposed to be hypocrite, but because this symbol got changed, it doesn't actually say hypocrite, but yeah. Oh, I can't tell what differentiation that is. It seems like that's Sora different. If you were try go by the original, it's Sora differentiated. The problem is that dialogue is cut primarily in the Xbox Remake. There's just dialogue is made shorter. So just because the dialogue is short doesn't. Well, we'll translate this and see what it did. After I finished my conversation, I lost the desire to heron twice and went out into the aisle to have a cup of coffee in the restroom. I'm gonna try to hit that again in the backlog when I go to the next line.
あ、倉成さん。
I lost the desire to go back to sleep. Okay. Because, yeah, it's like he didn't storm out of the infirmary, but then he also didn't have that conversation where Tsugumi gets all intellectually inconsistent about sin and cosmic accidents and junk. Mr. Kurinari. Yeah, misclicking. There we go. So yeah, I can't tell what run I'm on. Great. Sora was waiting anxiously just outside the door. Sora, there you are.
はい。私も小町さんとの会話に参加しようかとも思ったんですが、タイミングがつかめなくて。
He's gonna tell Sora that Tsugumi wants to die, right? Yes, I thought about joining the conversation with Komachi-san, but I couldn't find the right time. It's hard for anyone to get a conversation in that situation.
それでどうでしたか、小町さんは。
I would say also with Komachi-san, but the thing is you just kind of talk at her until she reacts. So, how did it go? Well, she seems to be clearly conscious, and in many ways, I hope she's well. He's going to debate whether he tells her. And her attitude is always the same. Whatever it was, Tsugumi was saved. She was alive. I'm really glad. Oh yeah, we already knew that. Unless she thinks she's going to go into persistent vegetative state or something. Once it was once again relieved. Good for you, Tsugumi.
よくわかったわ。あなたが偽善者だということが。
Oh, there we go. Now it's going to translate it correctly, I presume, because we got the kanjis right. I'm well aware you are a hypocrite. I don't know. I mean, he says that he wants to live and he acts like it. I don't see how that's like a mask. Suddenly, Tsugumi's words came back to my mind. And Tsugumi on the bed. Point aptitude, bandages, casts. Point aptitude, I presume it means IV. Why is there image not found symbol? A wound that required 40 stitches, complicated fractures, other serious injuries that'll take up to 2 months to heal. Tsugumi's rugged expression. Yes, just because Tsugumi is awake doesn't mean her injuries are healed. What's so good about it? What? I'm the one who's been having a good time. No wonder. No wonder Tsugumi is angry. Right. Takeyaru. Unintentionally, I was yelling out loud, unable to bear the pain in my chest.
いきなりどうしました？
What's wrong? What happened to you? Thor rolled into eyes at my sudden cry. I don't think rolled eyes is the right thing to use there, but yeah, it's like eyes got wider, basically, right? Sorry, I lost my mind. So happy that. What? Let me just re-click translate. See if it just on the second try just does better by happen chance. No? Jiggle this a bit. Okay, this is gonna be a hard one to
倉
get.
成さんのせいじゃありません。
It's not Mr. Kurinari's fault. Okay. It's like I was so happy, but she got hurt, and I think about how she felt or whatever. I was so happy. I didn't think about her feelings and got carried away. I was so happy that, well, but she got hurt because of me, and I don't. Yeah, something like that. It is context messed it up. But yeah, the idea is I was so happy she was awake, but
小松さんの事故は私のミスなんです。危険を察知するのが遅れた私の。
Mr. Komachi's accident was a mistake. I was late in searching for the danger. It's not your fault, Sora. It's kind of was thinking of a Titanic. It was a lot of people's fault, actually. Except in the original, where it was all Takeshi's fault. I say this to interrupt Sora. That sounds familiar to me somewhere. No, I remember saying it. I see. You said the same thing when you met Sora for the first time. Right, that choice is coming in. Yep. The injury is no one's fault. So we had to choose to say that. That's interesting. That's some like putting some effort into this. The situation that surrounds us now is not the fault of one person. Sure, you're a hypocrite. Hypocrisy is underrated. Quote, random person quoting some other random person at my university. I thought I understood why Tsugumi was angry.
それで倉成さんはこれからの用事って何かありますか？
You don't, though, Takeshi. So, Kuronari-san, what are you going to do now? Now, this might tell me if it's differentiated, because if they go to the Carousel Delphine right now, then I'll know we've gotten Sora'd. Not particularly, but for now, I'll just have a cup of coffee in the break room.
その後は？
But then, sounds like since I woke up so early, it would be nice to take a shower.
それでその後は？
And then what? It's like you finally get the picture, right? She's real eager to spend some time with you, Takeshi. Why does Sora care about my schedule? Do you have something to do after this?
はい。私は倉成さんとお話がしたいです。
I'd like to talk to Mr. Kuronari. That's why. So, where shall we go? I just don't want to stand here and talk.
え、休息室へ行かれるのでは？
I thought you were going to the break room. Well, that's before I knew you wanted to talk to me. If you want to talk to me, you just say it outright. I'm going to change my plans. Well, I'm going to stop showering. I can always do that kind of thing.
いいんですか？私なんかのために。
For me? Try to cut the ellipses off because they're messing up the translation. Are you sure? For me? Yeah, I probably got Sora because this scene doesn't happen if you don't get Sora. At least in the original. I'm asking for Sora, not the other way around. In the meantime, is there anywhere you want to go?
そうですね。それでしたら魚の牧場へ行きませんか？
Sure, you're right. In that case, why don't we go to the fish room, fish farm again? I guess the Carousel Delphine does not exist. Everything happens in the fish farm. Landscape of the fish farm, where we all did our Yamiomni, was transformed. The sun is shining and glittering from the surface of the sea. Mention that the brightness here is linked to the time of day outside. I have been living in a closed environment for a while, and the sunlight shining through the water seemed very bright to me, even if it was only an illusion. Unintentionally, I reached my hands upward and bent my body. So he's stretching, basically. Yes, I don't expect you to be able to translate that nonsense. Wait. No, it's just suits. Took a deep breath. It felt like a refreshing morning. Even if it was a phantom sun, I felt energized.
倉成さん、
And Kuranari-san. She calls my name and turns around. There stood Sora, smiling like the sun. Even though the 3D sprite doesn't show it. Like, why would they not give Sora a smiling sprite, but then she has smiles in the text? That's kind of an game design oversight. There were 2D sprites of Sora smiling. Although one of them was kind of bashful. They just don't have like a straight smile. By the way, you said you wanted to talk to me. What do you want to talk about?
えっと、
Eto. It's what you feel. Tsugumi feels like what you feel like when you're about to do a cold approach. With the smile pasted on her face, the sky froze as if frozen.
一体何を話したらいいんでしょう。
What in the world should I tell? Should I talk about? So she's like, oh, what?
人が人とコミュニケーションを取るときってどういった話をすればいいのでしょうか。
What should people talk about when they communicate with others? I guess he's like, Eto. What kind of conversation do I usually have with you? Your computer. Now I'm going to freeze. I have a hard time being smooth with a computer because it's like, it's a computer. No, I've lost track of the story too. What did Sora want in the first place?
あ、そうでしたね。最初からお話ししなければわかりませんよね。
I tell you from the beginning, you won't understand.
私はここ数日で
I Been here for a day and a half.
初めて人と接している、触れ合っている、そんな気がしているんです。
It's probably you've been here for a day and a half. I feel like I'm in touch with people for the first time.
これまで私は、レミューでの業務の中での私は、一キャストとして、一キャラクターとしてでしか、人とは触れ合ってきませんでした。
Till now, in my work in the Moo, I've only interacted with people as a cast member and as a character. Right? It's just, they're just in and out real
それは
fast.
ほんの一瞬、一時の出会い。いえ、本当は誰にも出会っていなかったのかもしれません。
She's always wearing a costume. It's just a momentary, fleeting encounter. No, I may not have really met anyone.
AI プログラムによる機械的対応なのですから。
It's a mechanical response by the program.
だから私はここ数日で
That's why I've been here for a few days.
本当の意味で人と接したんです。そして倉成さん、あなたが初めて私を同じ人として接してくれたんです。
Really got to know the people, and Mr. Kurinar, you were the first. You treated me as a human being. Because he didn't know you weren't a human being, because he didn't read all the documentation. Though I read off a lot of it. Well, I didn't know that Sora was an AI at first. Exactly what I was thinking.
知った後でも今でもずっと倉成さんは私を他の人と同じように接してくれています。
And because of that, I don't care if that was the reason why, I just care about how it turned out. Even after knowing, even now all along, Mr. Kurinar has treated me like any other person. Well, I mean, to find the pump, Sora's my friend, and I'm sure everyone else feels the same way.
そうですね。私も皆さんのことは特別に感じています。
Yes, I feel special about all of you two.
だからなんです。もっと皆さんと人と同じように接したいなって思ったんです。
That's why I want to treat everyone more like a person.
だから会話によるコミュニケーションを図ろうと思ったんですが、ダメですね。説明するのならともかく、自分から会話をするのは難しいです。
I thought I would try to communicate the conversation. No, you can explain, but you can't have a conversation with me. It's difficult. It's hard even for me to start a conversation without a topic. So let's go with something to talk about. How about euthanasia? No. In my case, I usually start with the weather, sports, or some other safe topic, and then move on to the next topic. No. You gotta jump into the controversial stuff immediately. Otherwise, otherwise you can't know if this person's worth talking to at all. No. I'm being facetious. After that, we can talk about common topics, our own and each other's topics, hobbies, and work around each other's available materials, and watch out for others' landmines. Takeshi just discovered a new topic. That topic being topics.
地雷ですか？コミュニケーションには爆発物が必要なんですか？
Mine? Do you mean explosives to communicate? Do you need oh. It's an expression! That's how colloquial it gets. You know, things that make you triggered. It's a figure of speech, a metaphor. Landmine is, yes, is a key word that tugs at your heartstrings and changes your parameters of sensitivity. I guess that's how we talk to each other. Paying attention to key words. After that, you can go other patterns of conversation. Well, I don't know if this can be called a conversation, but you just say what you want to say, and instead of listening to what the other person has to say, you attack them.
攻撃、戦闘行為もコミュニケーションの一つということでしょうか。
Give other forms, like when you just kind of insult some attack. Is that act of fighting a form of communication? There are comics where people talk to each other with their fists, so it's similar. I would probably say there are manga.
はあ。会話ってなんだかとても難しそうですね。
Sorry, but it's very difficult to make conversation. It seems to be. Well, don't think so hard. I've said a lot of things, but conversation is a natural
で
process.
すが、
And then she's gonna say, it is, except I'm not natural. Oh, but. You know what, Sora? What are we doing now?
会話のレクチャーですか？
This is a conversation? Conversation. Sora thinks too hard about everything. We've always been able to have a normal conversation.
そうだったんですか？気がつきませんでした。
I'm sorry, I didn't realize that. I wasn't. Sora looks strange. I just laugh at her. Looking at such a Sora made me laugh.
私、そんなにおかしかったですか？
Why is the Wateshi like not the kanji? Why is it like switching between kanji and no kanji? Anyway. There's like no kanji in this entire line. They just wrote it all out in hiragana. Am I that crazy? Watashi is just like I. Sorry, I'm confused or misinterpreted. I thought that Sora is just like us.
倉成さんにそう言ってもらえると嬉しいです。
Glad to hear that from Mr.
きっ
Kurinari.
と私を生み出してくれた方々も喜んでくれると思います。
I'm sure the people who created me will be pleased. Right, that's like the me. It's not like spelled out. I don't know if you saw my cursor do that, but whatever. I wonder what kind of person is the creator of Sora.
エレクトロニクス、バイオインフォマティクス、メカトロニクス、さまざまな分野の研究者と呼ばれる人たちです。
In other words, Yoiki. We haven't met Yoiki yet. Electronics, bioinformatics, mechatronics. And then some more stuff that did not get translated. Which means we're going to have to isolate it. Yeah, this part. They're called researchers in various fields. There you go.
その方々の手によって私たち姉妹が生み出されたんです。
It was by their hands that we, the sisters, were born. Oh, we're gonna have the Dark Sora now? The sisters? They're sisters of Sora?
この言い方は変でしたね。同型シリーズです。
Maybe Shueiki just considered you one of the sisters and just put that language in there, but Sora doesn't really know what it means. I know it's weird to say it this way, but it's the same series.
と言っても、ハードの設計思想、使われているプログラムなんかも違うので、アルゴリズムも違ってきて、それぞれに個性があるんですよ。
So that's just the copies. Like there's a copy in Himmel and a copy on Insult Lol, and they're just called sisters. Design philosophy of the hardware and the programs used are different. So the algorithms are also different. Each one has its own personality.
それに、ヒューマンエミュレートリミッターとミームプログラムは私だけに使われてますから。
And the human emulation limiter and meme program are only used by me.
私は結構特別性らしいですよ。
So there's one that you can't interact with an avatar. I'm pretty special, they say.
だから、こうして皆さんと触れ合うことを実感できるのかもしれません。
Are they naming like like what do you call it? The maintenance character? Now that symbol got messed up. So maybe this is how you can really feel in touch with that character, whatever that means. Let's try it again and see if it translates to the Emperor. Really in touch with whatever that symbol means. Try to backlog. Take another stab at it. There we go. Because with Sora, maybe it's how you can really feel in touch with you all. How I can. Okay,
だから
that's
こうして皆さんと触れ合うことを実感できるのかもしれません。
totally different. Sora smiles happily. Seeing such a smile, one thing suddenly occurred to me. Does Sora feel joy?
皆さんのお役に立ったとき、皆さんに喜んでいただいたときです。
Basically, he's asking, does Sora have a consciousness? It's when I'm useful to everyone, when everyone is happy.
私はそのように製造されていますから。
Because I am manufactured that way. Bigger question is, does Sora feel anything? Well, do you have a personal favorite?
そうですね。知らないことを知るのも好きですが。
What you say? Yeah, yes, I do. It's you. As in, like, not the person I'm talking to, as in the character you. Yes, that's right. I like to know what I don't know.
やっぱり皆さんの笑顔が一番好きですね。
I love your smiles the most. Huh. The original, this does come at like the end of the game where Sora looks at Takeshi and says he's smiling. That smile should be illegal, but his smile is nicely brought up until then. So it is consistent for her to say this, but it's early. Sora smiled a really happy smile.
倉成さんはどうなんですか？
What about you, Mr. Kurinari? Oh no, you have to choose between her and Tsugumi? Just like right in front of her? Sorry, I was curious to hear what I had to say. Yeah, so yes, I like a lot of things, but I think I like everyone's smile best. Sora and whatever this is. ESO. Uh, I'll do the backlog on it, try to get it to work. Just like Sora. That's very diplomatic of you. You didn't, Then I laughed at Sora. That's just laughing. That's just laughing. Smile on my face overlapped with the smile on Sora's.
私、もっと倉成さんたちの力になりたいです。
I want to be more like Kuranari-san and his friends.
そのためにも、もっともっと皆さんとコミュニケーションを取れるように頑張ります。
Do my best to communicate with you more and more for that. Go for it, Sora.
はい。
Yes. And I try to, Sora nodded happily, try to have a conversation with Tsugumi so you get some variety of different kinds of people to have a conversation with. I felt as if I had been cheered up by such a smile from Sora. Yeah, in the original was a conversation about how do you love somebody. It got like way deep. It wasn't a conversation. See, so because that didn't happen, I still don't know what route I'm in. I had a conversation that only happens in the Sora route in the original, but the conversation was different and much less intense and much less of a romance. So, like, the romance side isn't decided. Hungry, I left Sora and headed for the restroom, the break room for a late breakfast. Even though you got up so early. No one was in the break room, and as expected, everyone seemed to have finished their breakfast. They all talked to, like, did you talk to Tsugumi and stuff? Which she seems to never do in the original, oddly. On the table, I saw a plate with a Tata sandwich on it. I presume it's supposed to be tuna. DeepL translates things to Tata. Ugh. And if you aren't familiar with that term, it means breasts. A note placed nearby read, at least you can't complain about you sleeping because, well, they knew you weren't in your bed. It's for Takepyon. She wrote out Takepyon. Looks like Oko left this sandwich for me. Go, thank you. I'm guessing this might mean children. No, it doesn't. The crispy, fresh lettuce, although a little too mustardy, was very tasty and crunchy. What's with Takeshi? What's with these Japanese people not liking mustard? You know, well, their mustard is much spicier than American mustard. Well, I don't know that. That's a possibility. But I also like spicy mustard. Lots of it. I took a bite and enjoyed it. As much as possible, try to think about the raw materials of Tatsuta. Goes to the infirmary again. It presumes everyone is. I'll take a sandwich to Tsugumi, though. After breakfast, I went to check on Tsugumi. She's still there, okay, which makes sense. She wouldn't have left yet. But she didn't have a sandwich to take to her, though. Anyway. Oh, this is where we're going to ask, do you want a sandwich? And they're going to go get one. Oh, yeah, okay. That's what's going to happen here. I gently approached the bed. I found that Tsugumi had fallen asleep again. Her regular sleeping breaths. I don't know why that's hard. The incompleteness might give the translator problems trying to fill in the blank. It's not going to happen for a while. Stared at her peaceful sleeping face. Well, if you do fall asleep again after you wake up from the anesthesia and then wake up, if you go into like real sleep, it's not artificial, that'll make you feel a lot better. Stared at her peaceful sleeping face. Tsugumi said, comes back to mind.
なんで私を助けたりなんかしたの？
Why did you help me?
あのままほっといてもらえれば。
If only you left me alone, Mike. Left me alone.
死ねたのに。
Could have died. Let you die. No one's going to let anyone die. Fist is clenched into a fist. Well, redundancy. Redundancy of the redundancy department. Or the department of the redundancy department. Human translator would do what my hand is clenched into a fist. To the T, no matter how much Tsugumi doesn't want to. I'll save... I'll save your ass as many times as I have to. Quietly, as if swearing to myself. And I know you meant swearing as in, like, taking a vow. But that's funny. Well, let's meet up with everyone. Where is everyone? I don't know. Except the I don't know is an artifact. Where is everyone? It was not in the control room, which would be the single most important facility. There was not a soul to be seen at the fish farm. What place is it?
人間を含めた宇宙一切を支配する超人的な力を
The superhuman power who rules the entire universe, including humans, is one. Well, this isn't something Sora would tell, right? I mean, you would tell. It was kind of cheesy. As I passed by the place, Yu's voice jumped into my ears.
人は運命と呼びます。
Everyone calls it fate. Thing is, how does Yu get another one of her uniforms if she's like traveling around Lamu? Like she'd be like going from locker room to locker room. I guess you could say she managed to stuff it in her bag. You was standing in the center of the recreation room and began to give some kind of lecture. The boy, Coco, and Pee-Pee sat on the bench and listened to it, coyly. But this is like not Pygmalion. Maybe we'll pick up on that. I kind of listened to it too.
ギリシャをはじめとする古代世界では、運命は3人の女神が。
Ancient world, starting with Greece, fate was determined by 3 goddesses. You pointed to the goddess statue. She was standing near the statue, and our eyes met. You? I raise my hand lightly and walk over to everyone.
タケピョンだ
If you recall in the original, there aren't 3 statues, there are 4 statues. But there was only drawing on 3 of them. It's Takepyon.
たけしだ
Takeshda? Didn't translate that for some reason.
まったく、ようじゃないわ。今までどこに行っていたのよ。
You's gonna be mean to you again. I mean, where have you been all this time?
空も見当たらなかったし、つぐみが目を覚ましたっていうのに。
See Sora either. Tsugumi woke up.
ここね、つぐみんといっぱいお話ししたんだよ。
Talked a lot with Tsugumi. Huh. It's good to know. The original Sora tells you what Takeshi's been doing, so she would have known. And she's kind of messing with him. Anyway, maybe Tsugumi is more open to Coco than she was to me.
そいでね、あとね、ここ、つぐみんの分のサンド作って届けたんだよ。
Made sandwiches for Tsugumi and delivered them to her. Did okay. Did she eat well?
なんかね、すごくお腹減ったって言ってた。3個くらい食べてたよ。
Yeah, just to be clear, you don't see any of the kanji being switched or anything. It's like that's the right text. They translate it like that. This is why I'm using DeepL instead of something like Bing because it's way more entertaining, but it's also more wrong. Yeah, I was really hungry. She was really hungry. She ate about three pieces of food, or 3 sandwiches, or just 3 of them. Where the counter is a food counter, so that's how it translates it, because it doesn't know what the antecedent of them is. I'm not sure if it's a good idea or not. I see you have recovered to the point where you can eat. She's recovered to the point where she can eat. Right, she can end up puking it up, which, again, if you're anesthetized, you puke. I think you got the picture by now that I hate anesthesia. I haven't ever had a gender role in my life, and I still hate it. You, lend me your ears. I called you in a whisper so Coco wouldn't hear me.
何よ。
Which is spelled out as Nani-yo as opposed to like the kanji for Nani for some reason. The inconsistent use of kanji. Can I feed Tsugumi normally when she's sick?
本当はあまり良くないと思うんだけど、本人が食べたいって言うから。
I don't think it's really good for her. She wants to eat, so.
まあ、それはさておき、つぐみの回復力には呆れるほどびっくりだわ。
Aside, I'm stunned at the recovery of Tsugumi, she said. I don't know what Ogyoki is, but whatever. It's probably a no. Yeah, it probably has to do with this extra key. Which I can't filter really, so.
ねえねえ、たけぴょん。つぐみ、早く元気になるんだよね。
Hey, Takipon, Tsugumi will get well soon, will you? Will she? By soon you mean like already? I was gonna say by soon you mean 2 months. I think it was like 6 weeks. I think in the original, not 2 months. So a little bit shorter. 6 weeks is like 1.5 months, and it's like yeah, but actually everything's already better. You just don't know it yet. I gently stroked Coco's head. Tsugumi's guy. Okay. This morning she said she wanted to die. The fact that she ate properly it had to be proof that Tsugumi herself was trying to live. Or maybe she was just hungry. As long as all of Tsugumi's extra keys here continues to make a proper recovery, there'll be no problems. It'll be fine. Good for you. I'm happy for you. Oh, okay. Or just I'm happy for her. Happy for omitted pronoun. I felt as if something had been lifted from my chest.
それで倉成、今までどこに行っていたわけ？
So Kurinari, where have you been? It's
あ、そういえば。
by the way. Suddenly looked at me and muttered.
今思い出したけど、たけし明け方頃、空に呼ばれて部屋を抜け出してたみたいだよ。
I just remembered Takeshi around dawn. I think he slipped out of his room. To stay with Sora?
お、事情筋から有力な発言。
Powerful statement from the situation plan. Okay. That might have to do with interpreting this as like a kanji instead of a hiragana or some mistake.
僕はその後すぐ寝ちゃったんだけど、ちょっと気になってたんだ。
Sleep, or just Boku is just if you're like a boy. Fell asleep right after that, but I was a little bit curious about it.
というわけらしいけど、どうなの倉成。空と何していたの？白状しなさい。
So, what about Kurinari? What were you doing with Sora? Why would you be concerned about that? Sora just a robot. So you turns an invisible microphone to me.
なになに？何の話？面白い話？
They're on me. Nothing to I, so I gotta confess. So this is... Sumi was about to wake up, and because Sora called me. So in the original, this actually is like where it's not like you get a Tsugumi point or not, or you get a Sora point or not. This is one of those ones where it's like you have to choose between them. And because I don't know which route I'm in, I don't know which one I'm supposed to choose. Because like in the original, you would already be route differentiated by this point. So like you would know which one to choose because you're trying to get the good ending in the route you're in. There's no way to switch to the other route by now, right? So I don't know which route I'm in. So I don't know which way to go. I can slam myself into a bad ending by accident. I thought I made all the right Sora choices. You know what? I'm going to commit to it. I'm going to say that I want to do the Sora route first because the Sora route sucks. If there's a route differentiation, we'll save the best for last, right? So because the Sora route is kind of meh, we're going to go Sora choices. So, and just hope I'm in the Sora route. I could be. I don't know. So this is the Sora choice, I believe, unless they changed it. Interestingly, in the original, there was like a chance to say like I went to the bathroom. You could actually dodge both and get neither points. They cut that option out for some reason.
ブーブー。ココたちも起こしてくれたってよかったのに。
I skipped Takeshi's line. I'll get back to it once I finally tries to translate this Coco line, which is obviously it's gonna have very difficult translating because it's a Coco line, and she doesn't speak Japanese. She speaks who knows what. Try this. You should have woken us up too. Okay, I'll try the backlog. Yeah, but I don't want to wake up people. That's mean. I look up at Dawn and Sora called me, so I went to check on her. Okay.
そうだそうだ。
Finally got it. Yes, yes. Sorry, I heard it out of the blue, so I was careless. Also, Sora did it on purpose, but we blame Takeshi for everything Sora does for some reason. But Yu was sleeping like a bomb, not to mention Coco. So I tried to wake him. So if I tried to wake her up, she might do something to me in my sleep.
なんなら今ここで何かしてあげてもいいわよ。
If you're sure, I can do something for you right here, right now. That's a weird thing to say. No, I'm sorry, but I'll refrain. Oh, you said that out loud, okay.
まあいいわ。だけど私たちが起きた時には救護室にはいなかったけど、その後どこ行ってたのよ。
Well, okay, but you weren't in the nurse's room when we woke up. Where did you go after that? Wait, did I pick the Sugumi answer by accident or something? After that, I guess I was talking to Sora. Wait, did I choose the wrong one? Wait a second, what? Thought I was gonna choose the Sora. What? The choice doesn't appear on the backlog, does it? Oh. Supposed to say Sora called for. I meant to write to select Sora called for me. Hopefully I got it, and it's just kind of the same dialogue regardless or something. I was talking to Sora. That's it. Sora was trying very hard to communicate with us more.
コミュニケーションね。
Communication ね。
そうだ、コミュニケーションってどのように発達したか知ってる？
Yes, DeepL, water is wet. Do you know how communication developed? Oh no, we're gonna get the Tower of Babel, are we? Yeah.
特定の刺激、言語、文字、身振りなどさまざまなシンボルを仲立ちにして情報の伝達や交換をすることで共同生活が成り立っているわよね。これがコミュニケーション。
Communication life is based on the transmission and exchange of information through the use of various symbols such as specific stimuli, language, writing, and gestures.
コミュニケーションはね、人の生存本能が進化させたのよ。
Why do we need a dictionary? Communication is evolved by our survival instinct.
動物が持つ生存本能の4つの基本的衝動ってわかる？
Tower of Babel doesn't come up in the original except on the kids' side, so it would be like a transplant to put it here. Do you know what the 4 basic survival instincts of humans are? I don't know why it's not going. I mean, oh, there we go. Eat, sleep, or play. What's that? One is missing. Talk.
あながち間違ってはいないけど、まあ30点ってとこね。
Interesting they translated that. Play. You're not quite wrong. But I'd say it's a 0. It's actually 30, so you got 30 or something.
戦うこと、逃げること、食べること、違うこと。これらの英語の頭文字を取って4つの F って呼ばれているわ。
Fighting, fleeing, eating, and pinching. They're called the 4 Fs. So fighting, fleeing, feeding, and what's the F? Okay.
コミュニケーションは危険、食物、生殖といった情報を交換するために進化してきたのね。
Communication is evolved to exchange information about danger, food, and reproduction.
これらの情報は脳を活性化させるわ。そして感情が動かされるスイッチを入れる。
If they were to translate this to English, they would take all those communications and they would have turned them into language, probably. These information will activate your brain, and it turns the emotional switch.
怒りや恐怖、空腹や性欲のね。そして4つの F を満足させる行動を取らせるのよ。
Anger or fear, hunger and sexual desire, and make them act in a way that satisfies the four Fs. Yes, we figured out what the fourth F is if you haven't, like, read between the lines yet.
だから4つの F を満足させるものは人を引きつけるの。
That's why things that satisfy the four Fs attract people.
4つの F?
The four Fs? At some point, the boy had a note and a pen in his hand.
余談だけど、テレビ番組、映画、漫画、小説などの娯楽や宗教なんか4つの F のキーワードがてんこ盛りでしょ？
TV shows, movies, manga, novels, and other forms of entertainment and religion are all full of the four Fs. Aren't these an artifact?
7つの題材とかだって4つの F のキーワードがしっかり入っているでしょ？
Even the seven deadly sins have the four Fs in them, don't they?
だから人は4つの F に刺激され反応する。つまり生存本能に支配されているの。
Have like murder and then gluttony and then, well, whatever. So peoples are stimulated and react to the four Fs, that is, they are governed by the survival instinct.
生存本能。それは生への強い執着心、執念。
A notepad here, which is not going to show up on the recording, but it's going to be used to write down my ideas for the titles of things. So, four Fs is something that probably should be a title. As well as, the ballast I provided was insufficient.
それには理性や道徳、倫理なんてものはないのかもしれない。
And I'm going to make you pregnant. Although I probably won't be bold enough to make that a title. There may be no reason, morality or ethics in that. So you as a naturalist in this version? She wasn't very much a naturalist, at least the original you in the previous version. What's your where are you trying to go with this? You're trying to say I'm like a caveman? Is that I kind of felt like the story started going off in the wrong direction about halfway through.
あ、ごめん。なんか変な話になっちゃったわね。
And these things that, these quote-unquote four Fs, this is very similar to what Tsugumi says in Tsugumi Differentiated Route when she wakes up in the original. But it's something Tsugumi says. Oh, sorry, something weird happened to the story. Okay.
ねえねえ、たけぴょん。
Is this supposed to be an insult of Takeshi? Hey, Take-Pon. 'What is it?
たけぴょんの朝ごはん、ここ用意しといたよ。
Breakfast for Take-Pon. I prepared it for you. But he's like, gonna be like, I already ate breakfast though. I just ate cocoa, thank you.
美味しかった？
Is it good? Don't say anything. Don't say anything about mustard. You don't need to. It was delicious.
本当？
It's just Honto, okay? For some reason, it turned that into a kanji. To be like, really? Oh, I've never had a Tata sandwich that good before. That's not a good phrase.
そっか、よかった。
Maybe it is, depending on your perspective. I see, that's good.
タケピョンのさんの、実は、ここが作ったスーパーウルトラデラックスデリシャススペシャルなんだよ。
Okay. This musical note really messed it up. The sandwich of Takipyon is actually a super ultra deluxe delicious special made by Coco. That's the name, huh? Well, it doesn't have the crab sauce in it.
名前だけじゃないよ。秘伝で奥義な即席ブレンドソースがたっぷりかかっているのだ。
It's not just a name, it's a secret infused instant print sauce on top. Secret and transfigured instant print sauce? Okay, I'm gonna get that in the backlog because that really this didn't come out right there. Trickle of unpleasant perspiration runs down. Secret and profound immediate comment. I think it's the original is crab sauce or something.
まず、マヨネーズとマスタードと味噌と練りわさびとケチャップとピピが見つけてきた何かをパンに塗って
Put my mayonnaise, mustard, miso, horseradish paste, ketchup, and whatever else Pee-Pee could find on the bread.
それから竜田揚げには塩コショウして醤油ちびっと垂らしてバターとピピが拾ってきたあれを混ぜ込んでたっぷり塗って
And it tastes like, we know this tastes like pizza, so when someone else tries this later, it's just not going to taste bad and they're trying it. Then salt and pepper and fried tatsuda, drizzle a little soy sauce on it, spread generously with a mixture of pata pata and a little something that Pee-Pee picked up.
焼けたらシナモンとカルダモンとターメリックと鷹の爪を混ぜ混ぜして振りかけて
It's done. Mix cinnamon, cardamom, turmeric, and hawk's claw. Hawk's claw is probably not what you would translate that to. It's probably this, whatever this is right here. And put a repellent on it. Oh, no, that's the repellent.
それからなんだっけ
The specifics of this ingredient list will not matter. And then, what was that?
あ、そうだラー油となんかピピが転がしてた変な瓶の中身を適当に塗り塗りして
Oh yeah, and then they smeared contents of a weird bottle that people was rolling around in.
そこにすかさずレタスの千切りを間に挟む
Well, at least Pee-Pee doesn't pee. As soon as you see it, I put a slice of lettuce in the question. Something went wrong there.
味付けに合計17種類の調味料とかが使ってあるの。それが秘伝で奥義な即席ブレンドソース。
Sauce is seasoned with a total of 17 different kinds of seasonings.
どう？豪勢っしょ？なかなか見た目も綺麗だったっしょ？
How do you like it? It's a big one, isn't it? It's quite beautiful, isn't it?
ここ味見しなかったからちょっとドキドキもんだったんだけど。
I didn't taste it, so I was a little nervous.
そっか。あれ、美味しかったんだ。
I see, that was delicious.
じゃあ、次の食事も、ココが作ろうかな。いいかな。
The next meal too, is that okay?
ピピも、もっともっと協力するって。ありがとう、ピピ。
PP is going to cooperate with us for a long time too. Thank you, PP. Or not. It's an artifact, maybe. Takeshi's like, I ate that? I'll pass. It's good up to the usual condiments food anyway, but what is it that PP found?
ユウ、話の続きはしないの？
You, are you going to continue the story?
話の続きなんだっけ？
What was that again? What was it?
ゾウのことだよ。僕、聞いたでしょ？
Talking about the statue. You... Okay.
ああ、そうだった。話の途中だったっけ？
Oh yes, I know. We're in the middle of a conversation.
このレムリア遺跡から発掘された女神像についてだよね。レプリカだけど。
Statue of the goddess excavated from the Lemurian ruins, right? It's a replica.
そうだよ。この像って何？
Yes, what is the statue?
では、お本。
It's very diaphragmatic of you, you. Except the OCR didn't like it. They tried to adjust the settings on it, which will maybe help, maybe not. I don't know. Oops. That I'm just trying to get get something that's like useful on the screen as a graphic. Okay. Theatrical cough.
ギリシア、オリエント、バビロニアなどの古代世界。運命は3人の女神が司るものと考えられているわ。
Oh, that was a cough. Okay. Well. Like, that's so interesting. I thought that was like an actual Japanese word. In the ancient world, including Greece, the Orient, and Babylonia, fate is believed to work of three goddesses, including the goddess of the three goddesses. DS DeepL. Goddess. Then you turned to everyone and began to speak with gestures. I sit on the bench with Coco and the others.
3人の女神は乙女、母親、老婆に例えられたり、創造者、守護者、破壊者に姿を変えながら、過去、現在、未来を支配するものとして様々な神話に登場しているわね。
Translator will have a hard time with this paragraph. The three goddesses have appeared in various mythologies as rulers of the past, present, and future, linked to maidens, mothers, and old women, and transformed into creators, guardians, and inkstone breakers.
ギリシア神話のクロとラケシス、アトロポスあたりが有名よね。
Obviously, Inkstone Breakers is a mistake, but I don't want to bother with it. So, the Greek myths of Croto, Lachesis, and Anthropos are famous, aren't they?
それで3人の女神は決まって織姫という設定よ。
So, the three goddesses are called Nehomi. Okay.
恋人を結ぶ赤い糸、運命の糸のように運命を紐や糸、人生をタペストリーなんかの織物で表現することって多いわよね。
First kanji's wrong. The string that connects two people, fate is often expressed as a string or a promise, or life as a tapestry, or something similar. So something similar is like a artifact.
最初の女神クロト、彼女は生命の糸を生み出し紡ぐもの、目的を定める創造者。
I don't know why this remake is talking about fate so much. The first goddess, Koto, she is the one who creates and purifies the threads of life. The creator who defines the purpose.
2番目の女神ラケシス、彼女は生命の糸を操り維持するもの、寿命を測り与えるもの。
Achisis, the second goddess, she is the one who controls and holds the thread of life, the one who measures and gives life.
3番目の女神アトロポス、彼女は糸を断ち切るもの、終焉を告げる破壊者。
Anthropos, the third goddess, she is the one who breaks the thread, and Destroyer who brings about the end.
とまあ、人事の一切は運命を司る女神たちに握られている。
All human affairs are in the hands of the goddesses who control destiny.
世界のすべての事柄は運命によってあらかじめ定められてるってことかもね。
Maybe it's just that everything in the world is predetermined by fate. Fate. Tell you what. Well, I don't know if that's what that should be, but whatever. Why a goddess is fate predestined? Don't know which one to choose here, but I think why a goddess would be, if we're trying to do Sora stuff, why a goddess would be better. Maybe. Why is fate a goddess?
それは
Why introduce what? There's no way you could have gotten a mo out of that. Why is there an extra mo? Whatever. There we go. What's that?
ズバリ萌えね。
What? It's just woman. What is that?
昔の人は目に見えない力、定めなんかを超絶的なものとして擬人化して関連化するのよ。
People in the olden days would conceptualize invisible forces such as predestination as something supernatural or something super suspiciously human.
その方がより身近で親しみやすいでしょ。
It's more familiar and friendly, isn't it?
春や秋の季節とか人工衛星なんかを擬人化するのと一緒。だから 女神にしたのは萌えよ。
Personification of spring and autumn seasons, satellites, etc. And the sun totaled all of them. That's why they made her a goddess. I think you're taking this too far. What's the idea?
じゃあ、そうね。
I'll be right back now.
例えば空が、会話はできるけど、パネルに取り付けた赤いランプだったり、ピンクのぬいぐるみだったらどう思う？
For example, what would you think if the sky was a red light attached to a panel or a pink stuffed animal that could talk? Oh, if Sora.
ギリシア神話のピグマリオンだって作った像がモアイ像だったら彫像に恋なんてしたかしら？
Pink stuffed animal that can talk. I would say that would be a reference to I forgot the name of that character now. You know, the rabbit from Danganronpa 2. But I think this came out in 2011, which is before Danganronpa 2. So it's not. I wonder if Pygmalion in Greek mythology would have fallen in love with a statue if the statue was a moa. Yeah, if I definitely pick the Sora choice, that's the Sora choice. Yes, Mo is important, but what is Mo anyway?
ねえ、ピグマリオンって何？
Hey, what is Pygmalion? And then here we go. We get to work into it apparently this time. As I was pondering the meaning of Moe, the boy asked you a question.
お、よくぞ少年聞いてくれた。それじゃ、次はギリシア神話のピグマリオンのお話をするわね。
Listening to me, I'll tell you the next story about the Pygmalion in Greek mythology. You began to recount the story of Pygmalion. The boy and I listened to you. The boy and I listened to you story.
昔々、キプロスというところに彫刻家の青年がいました。
Once upon a time, in a place called Cyprus, there was a young sculptor.
彼の名はピグマリオン。彼はキプロスの王とも呼ばれているけど、
His name was Pygmalion. He was also called the King of Cyprus.
まあ神話の世界では偉い人のことをみんな王様や神様にしちゃうから、それはひとまず置いといて。
Well, in the world of mythology, we make all the great people kings and gods, so let's put that aside for a moment.
ピグマリオン。彼の作る彫刻は素晴らしいものでした。それは生命力にあふれ、今にも動き出しそうな躍動感を感じさせるって巷で大評判でした。
Pygmalion sculptures were wonderful. They were full of life and were so popular that they seemed to be ready to move at any moment.
だけどピグマリオンは独身で、周りの人々はあのような素晴らしい才能を持った彼が なぜ妻をめとることができないのかと首をかしげていました。
Popular, of course, was not the right word. Pygmalion was a bachelor, and people around him would ask, with such a great talent, why can't he get a wife?
そう。ピグマリオンにはちょっと女性に不審なところがあって。
Yes, Pygmalion has a bit of a distrust of women.
そのため自分の彫刻作品を仕上げることにしかまるで興味がなかったの。
He was only interested in finishing his own sculptures.
そんなある日、彼は裸体の女性の彫像を一つ完成させました。
One day he finished a statue of a nude woman.
これがまた惚れ惚れするような会心の出来栄え。私の最高傑作と呼ばれるだろうと彼自身そう思いました。
He thought that it would be called his masterpiece, and he thought so himself. Okay.
だけど、
But
その自分でもうっとりするような、まるで生きているような美しい彫像を眺めているうちに、
as he gazed at the beautiful statue, which seemed to entrance him as if it were alive,
ピグマリオンはその彼女の像が裸であることを急に恥ずかしく感じるようになりました。
he suddenly felt ashamed that the statue of the woman was naked.
だから彼は彼女に服を着せてあげました。
So he dressed her.
そしてだんだん彼女のことが愛おしくなって、いつしか話しかけるようになりました。
Gradually became fond of her and started talking to her.
そのうち彼女に食べ物をあげようとしたり、夜は一緒に眠るようになって、その行動はどんどんエスカレートしていきました。
Over time, he would try to give food to the statue and sleep with her at night, and her behavior escalated and escalated. And his behavior, that is.
きっと彼は初めて純粋な恋をしたのね。
I'm sure he fell in love for the first time.
自分の作った女性の彫像に。
He fell in love for the first time. Made by himself, a statue of a woman made by
ピ
himself.
グマリオンは自分の持てる愛情のすべてを彼女に注ぎました。いつか彼女が自分に語りかけてくれると信じて。
Pygmalion poured all the love he had into her, or rather, he believed that the woman, yeah, this stuff is just misdoing one of the symbols, would speak to him.
そして仕事を忘れ、毎日寝食を惜しんで彼女に尽くしたピグマリオンは思い悩みます。
Pygmalion forgot his work and devoted himself to her every day.
体を動かせず、物を言えず、食べることも眠ることもできないこの彼女の姿があまりにも悲しい。
Sight of this woman who can't move her body, can't say a thing, can't eat, can't sleep is so bad.
もしもこの私ピグマリオンが年老いて天に召されるとき、
If I, Pygmalion, should grow old and go to heaven,
彼女はここに立ち尽くしたまま残され、朽ちるのを待つばかりとなるのだろうか。
will the woman be left standing here just waiting to decay?
はあ、それは嫌だ。 彼女と添い遂げられないのなら、我が身を崖から投げ落としてしまった方がマシだ。
That makes more sense. Can't be with my statue. I'd rather throw myself off a cliff.
はあ、彼女が血の通った人間であったらどんなにいいだろうか。
Human. There's blood in her veins.
するとこの彼の祈りは天にいる愛の女神アフロディテに届き、
Then his prayer reached Aphrodite, the goddess of love. It says in heaven here, but there's no heaven in Greek mythology, so I don't know what she's talking about.
女神アフロディテはピグマリオンの前に舞い降りて彼に祈りを込め彼女に口づけするように告げました。
I mean, used theology was imperfect in the human-made English translation, the original too, so I wouldn't be surprised if it actually was like in heaven. The goddess Aphrodite descended before Pygmalion and told him to kiss her with a prayer.
そして彼は彼女の彫像にそっとキスをした。
And he gently kissed the statue of the woman.
すると彫像の方にみるみる赤みがさしてその目はゆっくり見開かれ、彼女は艶やかな肌を持った人間の乙女へと姿を変えました。
Statue's cheeks began to glow with its eyes slowly widened, and the woman was transformed into a human maiden with lustrous skin. I'll just move on. There's some messed up things in there, but I'll move on.
そしてピグマリオンは彼女と結婚し子供も生まれ幸せな家庭を築きます。
Pygmalion marries her as children, and they raise a happy family. Even though she would have literally been a baby.
その後彼はそれまで以上に素晴らしい彫像を次々作り出していきましたとさ。
Like a baby inside. Anyway. But it's Greek myth, so after that he created even more wonderful statues than before.
めでたしめでたし。
And they lived happily ever after.
ってのがピグマリオンのお話よ。
That's the story of Pygmalion. Part of the story is happily ever after.
どういう意味を？
What do you mean? We don't get a choice on this? So there's really a choice whether or not you want to question the happily ever after or not. Period. Here we don't. Pygmalion has simply fallen in love with the statue. I just can't lock myself in a room and talk to her every day without doing any work. Isn't that a little creepy? And he ended up thinking, oh, if only my statue was a real pretty girl, right? Okay, continue. Doll actually turns into a real person. Is that bad? I didn't feel it was very happy ever after story. In fact, in short, a Kiki Mori got all gung-ho and got his wish granted by a goddess.
分かってないねお客さん。
Takeshi's going for there, but interesting. You understand, house. You understand, Takeshi. Giving you a parable about Sora here. You held her finger in front of my face and waved it. I'm gonna try to get that in the
話の
backlog.
本質はそこではないのだよ、ハドソンくん。
Okay, yeah. You held her index finger in front of his face and waved it from side to side. Why is it on? Okay, turn the auto off. Oh, auto off. Thank you. That's not the point of the story. Then, with her chest out, she began to speak again.
このピグマリオンの話はね、
Pygmalion's story is...
望んで願い、努力を怠らなければそれは叶うという、そのことを言い表しているのよ。
It's a way of saying if you want it, if you wish for it, if you work hard for it, it will come true.
魂込めて作った彫像を本気で愛し、いつか言葉を返してくれると信じたからこそ、ピグマリオンの願いは叶ったんだから。
Or if you does all the work for you, it can make it true as well. Yes, if Sora turns into a real person, or as close as she can get to it, it would be you doing all the work. Pygmalion's wish was granted because he truly loved the statue he had put his heart and soul into and believed that one day it would speak back to him.
そうなんだ。
Yes, that's right.
ほへー。
I'd never been stuck at this stage before. There we go.
それに、一年岩をも通すとか、信じる者は救われるって言うでしょ？
They also say that even a rock with love can pass through, and that those who believe in it will be saved.
そうだ、知ってる？ピグマリオン効果って。
Yeah. The Pygmalion effect. When you have a fetish where you fall in love with an inanimate object, the Pygmalion effect.
意識的、無意識的に関わらず、他者に対する願望、期待などが相手に伝わって現実になるってことよ。
It means that our desires and expectations for others, whether conscious or unconscious, are communicated to them and become reality. Okay, that makes sense in context. Well, sometimes you can tell what someone is thinking and wanting without having to say a word.
まあ、そういうことね。
Well, I guess that's that. You smiled with satisfaction.
そんなわけで、
So I'm going to go with that.
レムリア遺跡から発掘されたこの女神像も、解読文字からギリシア神話と同じような運命の女神と推測されているわ。
Ciphertext of the statue, excavated from the Lemurian site, suggests a goddess of destiny similar to that of Greek
も
mythology.
しそれが事実なら、運命の三女神の神話はレムリアが発祥の地ってことになるかもしれないわね。
If this is the case, it may mean that the myth of the goddess of destiny originated in Lemuria.
ちなみになぜ女神像がここにあるのかというと、
It's like they didn't talk about Lemuria until now, except in the opening cutscene. In this remake, which seems to suggest the writers forgot about Lemuria, but they decided to bring it up now with like no introduction to what Lemuria even is. By the way, why is the statue of the goddess here?
過去のレムリア世界、未来を見据えた海底世界、それを現代に結ぶレミュー。この女神像はレミューのシンボルってわけね。
You can take this as a rhetorical question, but it's a statement that got turned into a question by the translator. The Lemurian world of the past, the undersea world of the future, and Lemu, which connects them to the present day. This statue of the goddess is the symbol of Lemu.
ただの公園や街中にある謎のオブジェってわけじゃないのよね。
It's not just some mysterious object in a park or in the city. Now, there must be some meaning in parks and there must be some meaning to parks and whatever he's trying to get at there in cities. Let's see if I can. Okay.
そうだ、言い忘れてたけど、運命の化身の女神たちを誘惑して死の瞬間に糸を切らないようにできたら生命を引き延ばせるって言われているわよ。
Oh yes, I forgot to mention that it is believed that if you can seduce the goddesses of fate incarnate and keep them from breaking the thread, the blink of death, you can prolong your life. That's creepy! Well, not really. I don't know why I reacted so hard to that, because I'm gonna, like, when I record the final, like, final recording for the original, I'm gonna, like, explain that. I'm not gonna go like, that's creepy! But, interesting way to put that, you. The reason why is because there's going to be something that can behave like AIDS that comes up in the story later, and except it's like the opposite. So you can like become like prolong your life by means of getting this thing that's transmitted like AIDS.
ほいじゃあ、女神さんをメロメロにすれば絶対絶命のピンチも切り抜けられるってことだよね。
If I can make the goddess happy, then I can get out of a desperate situation, right?
お、ここわかっているじゃない。
You don't know who that goddess is. You know what you're doing here. It's more like you get it. Coco laughed with her best smile.
ご拝聴ありがとうございます。これにてお話は終了とさせていただきます。
Thank you very much for listening. This is the end of my talk. Or my lecture. When you finished her long narrative, she held out the hem of her skirt and did a little bow.
なかなか面白かったよ。
A little and bowed. That was pretty
ブ
interesting.
ラーバブラーバブラビッシマ
That's like bravo, right? Bravo Ishimo. Because Coco somehow knows Italian. She probably knows every language somehow. But you're good at what you do.
何が？
What? Use knowledge. No, you are knowledgeable. Or you is knowledgeable. Either way, either one works. You know a lot about medical fistulas, myths, occultism, and really a lot of other things.
ただ知りたいから調べてただけよ。
I just wanted to know, so I looked it up. You have so much time to look up so many things in your life to catch you. I still think it's great enough.
短い人生なんだもん。なんかもったいないじゃない。
It's a short life. What to waste? And we don't know what she means by this. When you laughed as if she were troubled. Yeah, way more hints than the original. Way more hints. Then we all got together and decided to go back to the break room. It's lunchtime at what? Boki Bohoki. That's the right symbol, though. Huh.
みんなでつぐみんに会いに行こっか。
Let's all go see Tsugumi, shall we?
そうだね。僕もつぐみがどうしてるか知りたいし。
She's not gonna be there. She's gonna be gone. I'd like to know what Tsugumi is doing. I also went,
私も容体の確認しなくちゃだしね。
I have to check on her too. Coco's proposal was approached, but everyone agreed. In fact, I'm awake, but I wonder what her condition is. Oh, I know she's awake, but I wonder what her condition is.
安静にしてなきゃならないのは確かだけど。
She'll have to rest, that's for sure. It's no use worrying about it all the time.
つぐみに何かあれば、空がすぐ知らせてくれるんじゃない？
If something happens to Tsugumi, won't Sora let us know right away? Yes, but she broke the
そうだ
sensors.
ね。救護室の医療用コンピューターのデータはレミが常に監視してるはずだし。
Yeah, that's right. I'm sure Lemire is constantly monitoring the data on the medical computer in the relief room.
そのレミが何も報告してこないってことは、つぐみはちゃんとおとなしく寝てるってことよ。
The fact that Lemire didn't report anything to me means that Tsugumi is sleeping peacefully.
じゃあ安心だね。
Underestimate how good she is.
心配ないピョロリン。
Way better at this stuff than you think she is. Yes, just don't worry about it. Sounds like it. Oh.
何？
What? What's the word at the end of the sentence? I don't know because it didn't grab it right. Let's try to get real specific with it. Stop auto doing it.
ここも
Oh, she's gonna say Coco. Yeah, so this is gonna throw the translator through a loop. It's Coco followed by the kanji for language. So when they did the original and they put it in English, they called it Coco-ese. So she says Coco-ese. I still don't know what that word is because they can't translate Coco-ese with DeepL. Yeah.
ここごなよ ぴょろりもあるよ
Why do you have to put musical notes in your stuff? I can crop this one though, I think. Crop off that musical note. Try that now. No musical note. There we go. But I got rid of... There's also some other language. Coco is always on a high.
花束でも持ってくればよかったかな。
Should I have brought a bouquet of flowers? What the hey? Where are you going to get a bouquet of flowers?
女神像のあった場所にいっぱいあったからさ。少しぐらいいいかなって思ってさ。
There are a lot of them where the statue used to be, so I thought it would be nice to have a few.
みんなが一緒に咲いているんだからみんなと引き離したらダメぴょろり
They're all blooming together, so you can't separate one from all the rest. Oh.
ダメピョロリ
Is it like a bush or a shrub then? I didn't get any of the symbols wrong, but for some reason it translated that as no.
きっと引き離された花は寂しいぴょろり
Flower that has been pulled apart is lonely.
離れ離れになったらか。
They get separated or
そうだね。一人だときっと寂しいよね。
try to grab off the leading ellipses because they mess it up. Yes, if you're alone, you're going to miss the giggles. The boy made a thoughtful manifestation of what was on his mind. The first time I saw him, I was like, I'm not going to be able to do that. That's a little bit too much for that one short phrase.
しょうちゃんどうしたの
So, at the kid, what do you mean? Or what's wrong with you?
ううん、なんでもない。
It's nothing. We were staring at the front of the first aid room, I guess, the infirmary. The boy's expression caught my attention, and I thought about saying something to him. With the intention of cheering up the depressed boy, I made a jovial and frightening remark to Tsugumi as the first to enter the room. I said to Tsugumi, "I'll be right back." Well, we haven't. That's. This second sentence is not real, I think. Okay. Tsugumi. You may not like it, but we all came barging in. The jolt. Ouch.
病室はお静かに。
Please be quiet in the hospital room. There's only one person in here. Ouch, you don't have to poke me with the goo. Wait, what did it translate as goo? Wish you don't have to poke me. On purpose. Maybe a little bright and silly might cheer that guy up.
わざとどうだか。
Purpose? I don't know. Coco and the boy headed for Tsugumi's bed, passing me and you in such a hurry. That's not going to translate. Hui? I don't know why I'm translating pee. Oh. Why is the kid smiling? The boy and Coco stopped suddenly. Sprite variety is severely lacking. The bed is staring at you. They're staring at the bed, eyes glued to it. Tsugumi's condition is AWOL. Tasting away my bad imagination, I rushed over to Tsugumi's bed. It's supposed to be the patient's bed, but this got this got like changed. Yep, she's gone. Tsugumi is. I don't see any Tsugumi. That's a weird way to put it. Not even her foot. The bed where Tsugumi slept was a husk. It's a weird way of saying it was empty. The IV tubes and heart rate measurement leads had been removed and were thrown haphazardly about. Like the IV is just like dripping on the floor. Did Tsugumi just run away?
まさか全治2ヶ月の重傷よ。動けるはずはないわ。
Wait, you'll be fine in a few months. Oh. It takes a few months to heal. She won't be able to move. So you're saying someone took Tsugumi? There's no one here but us.
だけどそれにしたってレミはどうして気づかなかったの？
That would actually be not a bad theory. But then again, how did Lemire not see it?
つぐみのデータはレミがずっと監視してたはずよ。異変くらい感知できたはずなのに。
Lemay should have been monitoring Tsugumi's data the whole time. Lemay could have at least detected something unusual. Like flatline. Yu's gaze followed the lead for heart rate measurement. Gasp.
あれ見て
Look at that. Yu points to the corner of the first aid room. Atsu. Medical computer cords have been pulled out and the display broken into pieces. Oh, well, the English translation of the original language just said the medical computer was smashed. It's like the whole thing just in like shards of PCB. It very much didn't look like it was functioning properly.
一体誰がこんなことを
Who in the world would do something like this? Someone who would do a lot of things. Like blow holes in the elevator. I'd rather hear that than you. Oh.
ねえ、あれ、何？
What's that? You found the cast, right? Coco found something. Underneath the computer console, along with the bandages, lay what looked like a long, thin white mass.
これって、もしかして。
Could this be?
つぐみの足にはまってたギプスだよね。
It's the cast that was stuck in Tsugumi. That was on Tsugumi's leg.
そうね間違いないつぐみのだわこれ
Yes, I'm sure it's Tsugumi's. So what? You mean she took off the cast, smashed the computer with it, and ran away? I don't know. Well, the I don't know is an artifact. I said my thoughts as they came to me. It's hard to believe in quicksand, but the situation speaks for itself.
本当にそうなの？
Really?
ココがサンドを持ってきた時にはまだちょっと苦しそうにしながらベッドに寝てたんだよ。
Coco brought her a sandwich. She was still in bed, looking a little distressed. I can't think of anything else.
つぐみがあの足で歩き回れると思う
Do you think Tsugumi can walk around on those legs?
あの体でベッドから動けるはずないのよ傷だって下手したら開いちゃうし
Can't move. She can't move from the bed with that body. Even the wounds would open up if she wasn't careful.
だいたい妙なのよコンピューターを壊したからっていえ壊したからこそレミや異常を知らせるはずなのに
It's usually strange. Just because you broke the computer doesn't mean. No, just because you broke the computer doesn't mean that Lemay should not have alerted me of the anomaly.
それにもし私たち以外の誰かがここに来てつぐみを連れ出したとしても必ず異常を知らせるはずよ。
Some kanji problems here. If someone other than us came in here and took Tsugumi out, we definitely let them. It would definitely let us know that something was wrong.
部屋のセンサーが不審者に反応するはずなんだから。
Sensors in the room should react to a suspicious person.
まさか神隠し。
Hey, God forbid.
そしたら、
Hey, and then,
つぐみん、どこにいるの？
Tsugumi, where are you? Nico asked worriedly. I know, Coco, but it's not about how we lost the delivery, but we have to look for Tsugumi first, right? That didn't go so well, but I know what I was trying to say. I think there's some kind of bio something system, right? It's in. If it's Sora, you can track its location, right? Oh. Sora can track her location, right?
そうだったわ。空を呼び出してって。空もこの事態に気づかなかったのかしら。
Oh, yes, call Sora. I wonder if Sora didn't see this coming. Knowing this, you went to Limi's terminal.
使えるかしらこれ。
This phrase. You think this will work? Display on Limi's terminal was also destroyed.
システムは立ち上がるようだけど。
System seems to be up and running, but he operates the panel and calls out to the broken display.
空出てきてお願い。
Sora, come in, please.
どうしましたか？
What's wrong? The display was broken and not showing, but the terminal itself seemed to be alive.
空大変なのよ。つぐみがベッドにいないの。どこにも見当たらないのよ。
Sora, we're in trouble. Tsugumi's not in bed. I can't find her anywhere.
本当ですか？
Really?
救護室のモニターシステムがつながらないので何かしら異常があるとは思っていたんですが。
Monitor system in the first aid room is not connected, so I knew there was something wrong with it.
異常が分かってたの？知らせてくれればよかったのに。
You knew something was wrong, you should have let us know.
すみません。先ほどから強力な電波妨害により一部センサーが使えない状態でそちらの対応に追われ連絡が遅れました。
Excuse me, we have been unable to use some of our sensors due to the strong radio interference since a few minutes ago. We've been busy dealing with the situation there, so we are sorry for the delay in getting back to you. Or I am. Wave jamming. Or interference is what it means. I don't think there's a war going on. Why?
レミの応答もデータ上は特に問題はないようでしたので。
The Lemieux response also seemed to have problems with the data.
レミがそれもジャミングの影響かしら。まあいいわ。それでソラ、すぐにこっちに来られる？
Is that part of the jamming? Well, okay, so Sora, can you get over here right away?
わかりました。至急そちらに向かいます。
Understand, I'll be there as soon as I can. As soon as the words as soon as the words were said, Sora, Matt, the words Sora said were done. Immediately Sora appeared in front of me and you.
表示座標は大丈夫でしょうか？私はちゃんと見えてますよね。変なノイズが混ざったりしてませんよね。
Display coordinates, okay, I can see them just fine. I'm sure there's no weird noise in there. I don't see any weird noise, do you? Sora lowers her eyebrows anxiously. Fine, but what's going on?
救護室の様子が私の目には見えていないので、座標計算に不安があるんです。
Not sure how to calculate the coordinates because my eyes can't see what's going on in the first aid room.
反響センサーや熱源センサーで皆さんの位置はなんとなくわかるんですが、向きの微調整ができないので。
The echo and heat source sensors, I can sort of see where you guys are, but I can't fine-tune the orientation. Indeed, Sora was looking and talking in a direction slightly off from mine.
モニターシステムの不具合は徐々に回復しつつありますので、それまではしばらくお待ちください。
We're gradually recovering from the problem with the monitoring system, so please be patient until then.
音声の方はノイズがひどいので、救護室の音響システムを使っています。
The audio one is using the sound system in the first aid room because the noise is terrible.
とにかくつぐみを探してくれないかしら。生体察知って使える？
Can you help me find Tsugumi? Can you use biosearch?
生きているセンサーが届く範囲内ですが、やってみます。レミューの全域に設定して生体サーチシステムを起動しますね。
Within reach of our live sensors, I'll try it. I'll set it up in the whole area of Lemieux and activate the biosearch system. Something that Tsugumi could not account for. Sora then held her hand over Lemieux's terminal and began to access it directly.
つぐみん、見つかるかな？
Can we find Tsugumi? Oh, they will find you. Sora will find her. They will find her. Sora will find her.
そうだね。きっと見つかるよね。
I know they can find it. Or find her. It's okay. Sora said there was jamming or a glitch in the system. Don't find her. I'm sure you'll find her.
反応がありました。自動追尾の設定を追加しておきます。
The automatic tracking settings.
一部センサーに異常があったので修正に時間がかかりましたが、小町さんを発見できました。
There's an anomaly in some of the sensors, so it took some time to correct it. But we were able to find Komachi-san. So where's Tsugumi now?
海水加工生成プラント区画第2タンク内です。
Seawater processing and refining plant section, tank number 2. It's like, is that where the person, one person?
はい。周辺にある生体反応は一人だけですが。
Yes, only one biosign in the vicinity, but, or that's just no but, just that's it. Oh, he's asking, is there only one person? Okay. Does this mean that Tsugumi was not taken out by someone, but slipped out on her own? With a body like that? Emotions are rising. Tension. No. I have feelings of anger and worry welling up in my chest at the same time. I'm gonna try to backlog that. Feel anger and worry, like, okay. I got that time, but the translation is awkward. It's, I'm just doing nothing but doing it. I started to formulate words through clenched teeth, and then I was off and running at once.
ちょっと蔵成
Hey, Kurinari. Better running sound than the original. Why did Tsugumi leave the nursing room? I don't know. I would like this particular symbol right here. It keeps doing like apostrophe S guy, but that's not what it's supposed to be. It's like Tsugumi's no is like possessive, and then this is like body or something. What apology should I make?
とんだうぬぼれね。
I forget what this means. I have to translate the flashback because I forgot what it meant. You're so full of yourself. Yes, you're right. If I apologize, I'll be called a hypocrite again. I'll be a hypocrite again. Second iteration is not in the original, of course, not in the text. But I'm still... Relying on the sign, I arrived at the seawater processing and refining plant section tank 2. She wouldn't still be there, right? Numerous tanks filled with liquid are lined up in regular rows. Scan of the scan by Sora shows that Tsugumi should be here. Sora's scan. For Tsugumi, being careful not to make footsteps in the quiet of the tank room. Why, you want to startle her? Going for that real quiet approach. The reason why he did not dare to speak up and search for her was because he was afraid that Tsugumi would run away. But do you think she can run? Tsugumi was there. He was standing very normally. As if she was never seriously injured. Tsugumi is peering across the tank as if searching for something, tilting her head occasionally. Tsugumi. I called out to Tsugumi. Tsugumi noticed me and slowly turned her face towards me. Sorry I finished you earlier. So forgive me. It's true that everyone is worried about you, so let's go back to the infirmary. Tsugumi was silent. Injuries can't be found. Well, are you okay? Oh, are you all right?
別に
Nothing. For some reason, Tsugumi stepped back as if she was wary of me. I see the color of upset. She glances at the tank behind her. Something there?
別にあなたに関係ないでしょ
Nothing to do with you. Color of upsetness spreads. It's behind you.
ないわ
I don't have it. Or nothing. Nothing? Or is that so? I casually tried to get around to a position where I could see Tsugumi's back.
来ないで
Don't come. Tsugumi changes the direction of her body to match mine.
近づかないでよ
Stay away from me. Tsugumi backs away. He didn't seem to be want to turn around. Okay, turn slowly, covering stone feet. Well, that's not right, but there isn't a character mix up as far as I can tell, so I'm not going to get a better translation. I feel like dragging the wrong foot, like dragging the left foot. Turning her back to me, she suddenly caught sight of the elephant in the room. Wait, let me go. What's that? Yeah. Okay, so it is guarding her right leg. Is that the right? Yeah, it is right. Okay, so in the original, she ends up dragging. The right leg is injured, and she ends up dragging her left leg because she forgets which leg is injured. Here, they're actually having her drag her right leg. Okay. Turning her back to me, she suddenly caught sight of the room's pallet or whatever that is. Okay. Then she let out a breath of relief mixed with dismay. It's kind of like Chammy escaped, but because Chammy ran away, because she won't find him. Upset until the upsetness disappears.
どいて。邪魔よ。
Out of the way, you're in my way. Then looking ahead, she paced as if to push me out of the way and tried to head out of the room. Slightly limping left foot catches my eye. There we go. This right here, this one means left. I skipped a line. Still have some sort of auto going. I don't know how to fix that. Then, okay. So there's nothing in here. It's just, Tsugumi. Okay. Maybe I skipped it for a reason. I voluntarily tried to place my hand on Tsugumi's shoulder. I was about to put. Okay.
触らないでよ。
Don't touch me. Flash of light, and my hand is swatted away.
邪魔だって言ったでしょ。
Told you to get out of my way. He looks at me sharply and reveals displeasure. Then she started walking away, dragging her left leg. Netsu apparently started to translate. We'll get rid of the ellipses. Huh? Yep, here we go. This means left. Tsugumi's injury... Was Tsugumi's injury on her left leg? He does know that I don't know is an artifact of this thing right here. What does that mean? When they're part of 40 stitches, complicated fractures, and other serious injuries that'll take 2 months to heal. Isn't that injury on her right leg? What's going on? I read this the first time. The original's like, did she get flipped? It's like a Harry Potter spell, like flip. I never read Harry Potter, or watched it, but it's like a Harry Potter spell that flips her body. That's what I was thinking. I was so upset at the time that I quickly put my hand on the hem of Tsugumi's shirt, their skirt. Then, without hesitating, I lifted my hand high in a single bound to look inside. And then he gets slapped so hard it may have knocked out teeth, right? A strong slap in the face brings me back to myself for a moment. No matter how worried I was about Tsugumi, what was I trying to do? I came to myself, I couldn't see Tsugumi. I only heard the sound of footsteps moving away from the aisle. Oh, she skipped the line about running, about how she ran. Still worried about Tsugumi, but the direction she left in is the pathway leading to the plot we are using for our base camp. Okay. Tsugumi must have gone to join everyone else. Well, anyway, now that I've confirmed that Tsugumi is safe, I should get back to the other guys.
倉成さん、
Mr. Kurinari. Kurinari-san. Sora approached on the way back. Sora, what's wrong?
はい、小町さんは戻られたのですが、倉成さんが戻らないので様子を見に来ました。
I came to check up on Kurinari-san, who had not returned. Tsugumi's back. What a relief.
普通に歩いて戻られたので、田中さんも目を丸くして驚いていました。
Mr. Tanaka-san rolled her eyes in surprise as she walked back. As she walked back normally. I'm surprised too because they heard it was a serious injury, but I guess the machine diagnosed it as a 2-month recovery.
そんなことはないはずですが、実際40針ほど縫いましたし、骨折の画像データもありますし。
I'm sure that's not true, but I actually had. Oh. Sure, I'm sure that's not. Oh, that's probably. I'm sure that is true, but I actually. Okay, but she actually had 40 stitches, and I have imaging data of the fracture. So, what is it? Is Sugumi forcing herself to lose weight, or is she miraculously recovering? I'm gonna try to backlog that, see if we get a better capture. That looks right. Interesting.
痩せ我慢はないと思います。傷が開いてしまいますし、あの状態の足で歩くことは不可能ですから。
I don't think I'm used to skinny dieting. Besides, it opens up wounds, and it's impossible to walk on a leg like that. I try to backlog these things. Apparently, walking on an injury is easily confused with losing weight. Okay. If so, is it the latest advances in medical technology these days? I've heard people being discharged from the hospital immediately after surgery.
レム ARV は確かに最新の医療ロボットですが、さすがにそこまでの治療はできないと思います。
Lemu ARV is certainly a state-of-the-art medical robot, but I don't think it can do that much. That would mean a miraculous recovery, wouldn't it? They're catching on much quicker.
田中さんが傷を見ようとしたら、ものすごく嫌がってましたし、再検査しようにも機器が破壊されてしまったので、詳しいことはわかりません。
When Tanaka-san tried to look at the wound, she was extremely reluctant to do so. I don't know the details because the equipment has been destroyed, even if I wanted to re-examine it. Okay, so basically, it was just Tsugumi was extremely reluctant. I see, but it looks like Tsugumi's injuries have healed quite well, so let's be honest and rejoice here, shall we? This is the brightest topic as of yet. It's like so far, but not too far back in the so far. It's a hard thing to get across in English. Me and Sora kept talking as we walked. I wonder why Tsugumi went to the second tank anyway. Oh, he always acts
田
alone.
中さんが言ってました。小町さんは何かしらのたやすく触れることのできない事情を抱えているって。
Tanaka-san told me that Komachi-san has some kind of circumstances that cannot be easily touched. Yes, there are times when I feel something in Tsugumi's words and actions that others cannot easily understand. Circumstances that cannot be easily touched. Okay. Kind of a weird translation. Easily reached. The reason why Tsugumi has to act even with her injured foot.
だから、あまり踏み込んではいけない。本人に話す気がないのなら、聞くべきではないって。
Injured leg. We shouldn't go into it too much. If she's not willing to talk to you, you shouldn't ask her. Perhaps they're getting too close to Tsugumi's realm. Areas she doesn't want to be trespassed. Circumstances and feelings that she doesn't want to be known. Yeah, it's like something that be beaten. Thought about it, it made natural sense.
小町さんは何者なのでしょうか。なぜここに、レミューにいるのでしょう。
Who is Komachi-san? Why is she here in Lemu? What do you mean?
はい。小町さんの手術の時に参考にするためにスタッフの健康診断データを呼び出したのですが。
Yeah. At the time of Komachi-san's surgery, I called for the staff's physical examination data for reference.
小町さんのデータがないんです。それどころか、スタッフリストのどこにも小町さんの名前はありませんでした。
I don't have any data on Komachi-san. On the contrary, we could not find her name anywhere in the staff list. I assumed she was staff for some reason, even though she never said she was. So what is it? Are you saying that Tsugumi is not related to Lemu?
そうなりますね。
Sure. Tsugumi is not a staff member of Lemu. You just now figured that out. To be fair, it took me a while to drop that idea. Like I was never certain that I never thought she was, but I thought that it was like possible. Anyway, I remember when I introduced myself, I only said my name. Or she introduced herself, she only said her name. She is strangely knowledgeable about Lemu, so I just assumed that she was a staff member or something related to related.
あ、タケピョン、おかえり。
Hey, Take Pyon. Guided by Sawyer, returned to the break room was greeted by Coco. Oh, Tsugumi's just standing in the break room now? Oh, well, that's different. Oh, this has really changed. Well, then how are they gonna... Huh. It's like how they're gonna do the whole Chammy thing, but they can do it with that doesn't require like Tsugumi to be like in bed. It just was just yeah. I guess technically it doesn't. Interesting. I looked around the room and saw Tsugumi. She was sitting cross-legged in a chair, drinking a soft drink. She noticed me, and turned away.
すぐみんね、もう足はなんともないんだって。治ったんだって。
Said, Sugumi, your leg is fine now. It's healed. Reported happily. Hoko was the most worried about Tsugumi. That must be why she is so happy. Glad you're happy, Coco. I'm sure it's because of the Tatsuta sandwiches you made.
にふふふ。
Magical sandwiches. Coco smiled shyly and
あ
happily.
れ
What's that? Suddenly, Coco looked at me curiously.
たけぴょん、どうしたの？ほっぺが赤いよ。
Takipyo, what's wrong? Your cheek is red. Cheek? Casually touched my cheek. Ouch. Yes, everyone Tsugumi hit me as hard as she could.
ほう、確かにこれは見事なもみじだわ。
Yes, this is a magnificent maple tree.
倉成さんがどうしたんですか？
What's wrong with you, Mr. Kurinari?
もみじって何？
It is momiji. Some word you uses for a cheek slap mark. Before I knew it, the outside world was gathering in straws. Oh.
すごいわね。ここまで立派なのって初めて見たわ。
Never seen anything this fine before. Slap goals. Is it really that great?
すごいわよ、真っ赤っかで。5本の指が一本一本はっきりくっきりわかるもの。
It's amazing, it's bright red, and you can clearly see each of the 5 fingers.
で、倉成、あんたつぐみに何したの？
Kurinari, what'd you do to Tsugumi? Eh?
つぐみに叩かれたんでしょ？
You're beaten by a pug, weren't you? Okay.
さあ、白状しなさい。一体何をしたの？
Tell me, what did you do?
まあ、 若い男女が二人きり。あたりに人影もない。
Young man and a woman alone, not a soul in the area.
そんなシチュエーションじゃ、欲求不満の蔵なりがハレンチな欲望に駆られたってのも無理からの話よね。
In such a situation, it's not surprising that the frustrated Kurinari was driven by an inkstone desire. Well, what are you talking about?
蔵なり、あんたがどんなバカなことしたかって話よ。
It's like she had a broken leg, you. Kurinari, what kind of stupid thing did you do?
それで叩かれたんでしょ？
That's why she beat you, isn't it?
スカートをめくられたわ。
He tried to lick up my skirt. He rolled up my skirt.
まあ、
ほへ
Hey.
そんな倉成さんが。
Son. Here we go. Wait a minute, you misunderstand, you. You're the one who's making all the noise. It's not true. Look at Tsugumi as if to ask for a helping hand. Tsugumi doesn't.
だって本当のことじゃない。
Because it's not true. Or it is true.
蔵なり、あんたって。
Kunoria, what are you?
信じられません。
Unbelievable. Maybe if you get into a Tsugumi route, it's like her reaction is different. Like she'll try to like defend you or something. Not do this. Try to crop off some of those. No, that's true, but there's like more to the story. That's what he's trying to say. There's another side to the story. I felt an invincible pressure. Something's heavy is in the air. I feel somewhat suffocated. Perhaps because of this thought, the kid instantly becomes mossy. What? Backlog. Breathing feels more comfortable, okay, or less comfortable. Suffering from some kind of yuck, okay? I hate it when that happens. I'm getting some kind of headache and dizzy lightning. Coco is. Lightheadedness. Okay, so thinning of the air. Hoko, you, the boy, and Tsugumi all seem to be feeling some kind of suffocation.
ちょっとそら、至急この塀の酸素調べてくれない？
A little empty. Can you check the oxygen in the room?
わかりました。
Understand. Sora, in a panic, holds her hand over Limited Terminal.
大変です。一酸化炭素濃度が上昇しています。急いでこの部屋から退避しないと危険です。
Carbon monoxide levels are rising. We must evacuate this room immediately or we'll be in danger.
救護室に避難しましょう。
So let's evacuate to the infirmary.
あそこは独自の酸素循環装置が。
Dude, that place has its own oxygen circulator. I don't know if you get carbon monoxide poisoning where you really get the symptoms, though. I thought you just kind of passed out and died. It's like very, very silent in the way it kills you. You, who was about to say something, suddenly began to suffer and collapsed on the spot. Ah, so she has to get carried by Takeshi. You won't like that, will you? Oh, get a grip, you. Next over to you. I'll take care of you. Take Coco and, okay, Tsugumi, take Coco and there's the first aid room.
わかったわ。
I've got it. Tsugumi replied and led Coco and the boy out of the room.
こんな時に殺すなんて。
At a time like this, I can't believe I'm having a seizure.
そこのカバンを取って、その中に。
Just go. This kanji's wrong. It's not really a seizure. I think it's like a misuse of the word seizure. Without waiting for you to finish, I rummaged through her bag and pulled out a bottle containing pills. This, okay. Take the Tomo there and put it in the, okay. So it's basically being instructed to do this. Because I remembered you seizure in the control room. Sure about this? Took some pills from the bottle and brought them close to Yu's face. Yu silently snatched the pills from my hand and swallowed them straight down. Multiple at once. Some serious throat game. Can you walk?
なんとか。
Sort of. Okay. Headed for the doorway of the break room supporting you. We move to the infirmary. Okay, huff puff noises. Took a big deep breath as they entered the bracing room, the first aid room, the infirmary, whatever. I never knew air tasted so good until I was born. Neither did I. Yeah, until I was born is an artifact.
ありがとう、クラナリ。もう大丈夫だから。
Thank you, Coronary. I'm alright now. Or messed up characters. When I went to sleep I went to. Okay, I don't think it should be went to sleep. How do I don't know. I'm just gonna use the backlog. You said as we reached the first aid room, and she moved away from me. Okay. Yes, randomly a teacher was translated out of that. Okay, this symbol got messed up. Anyway, that, whatever that is, which she's got messed up to cleave, seemed to have stopped and the seizures calmed down. And the seizures and calmed them down. Calls you knock you. Yeah. Coco, worried, ran up to us.
ナッキュ大丈夫？まだ顔が赤いよ。
Are you alright, Nakyu? Your face is still red.
本当に大丈夫だから。
I'm really okay.
申し訳ありません。気がつかなくて。皆さんを危険な目に遭わせてしまいました。本当に。
Sorry, I didn't realize it put you all in danger. Because there's gotta be dramatic, there's gotta be suspense and dramatic tension, right? Sora looked really sorry and apologized to us. I guess the effects of the jamming are still there. We're all safe, so don't worry about it.
だけど、どうして急に一酸化炭素濃度が上がったの？酸素循環システムはお釈迦だけど、施設内の残存酸素量には余裕があったんじゃなかったっけ？
Blame the jamming, why aren't we turning on Tsugumi? Because everybody only cares when the guys mess up. But why did the carbon monoxide levels suddenly rise? I thought the oxygen circulation system was dead, but there was plenty of residual oxygen in the facility.
そちらについてですが、先日のメタンハイドレート区画のメタンガス爆発事故の際起きた火災により大量の酸素を失っていたようです。
Gas leaking? About that one, it appears that we lost a large amount of oxygen due to a fire that occurred during the recent methane gas explosion. Oh, in the methane crystal compartment place. Place that things go wrong in and makes everything go wrong. So there's hardly any oxygen left?
ツバイトシュトック内ではそうなります。
So within Vitae stock.
ですが、今いる救護室には独自の酸素循環装置があるので大丈夫です。
But we have our own oxygen circulatory system in the emergency room where we are, so we'll be fine. So you'll be fine. Okay, but you have to stay in this one room, though. That means there is only oxygen here, and there is no food in Vitae stock. There's food in Vitae stock, but no oxygen. Gas mask time, or oxygen mask time. Even though the relief room is safe, there is no food here, so we have to get out of here and go looking for food. So many names for the infirmary. The relief room, the first aid room, the bracing room. That means that there is always the danger of carbon monoxide poisoning, an unseen danger. 3. Derite stocks. Is oxygen safe?
はい。ツバイトストックとは分断されていたために、結果的に影響はありません。
Yeah, but isn't Quale on Vitae stock? Yes, the division from Zite stock has not been affected as a result. Or the division of Derite of, yeah. The division from Vitae stock. So we still can't get there. If that's the case, you might want to think about moving to Drite stock even without the submarine thing. Okay, but I thought they couldn't get to Drite stock at all. Nice, it's Tsugumi. Tsugumi is worried that Chami's going to suffocate. She adds a new element to this. Fortunately, Tsugumi's injuries don't seem to be a problem anymore. I'm sure she's fine. Sora, have you made any progress on the travel route to Drite stock?
まだ暫定ですが、候補となるプランがあります。
Still in the process of finalizing the plans, but I have a candidate plan. I don't care, just explain it to me.
モニターが破壊されているので、ビジュアルで詳細を説明することはできませんね。
I can't give you a visual detail because the monitor has been destroyed. And to think of it, somehow the terminal monitor here is broken by Tsugumi. Somehow. Tsugumi again. She understood what I was trying to say. Tsugumi turned her face away. Let's move to the control room. Looked around at everyone for a moment. How they do that without oxygen in the control room, but whatever. Carbon monoxide levels outside the bracing room, apparently, are high and dangerous, and the reason the bracing room is so distressing, the restroom is so distressing, was probably because everyone was breathing there. The restroom became more difficult because everyone, okay, there's too many people. So if you just have like fewer people at a time, it works better. It's not safe for all of us to go together. That's what we decided. Then will you watch Coco and the boy?
わかったわ。
So why me? I understand.
たけぴょん。
Coco turns her anxious face to me. Whoa! Oh, look in here. There we go. Okay. Stop autoing. Coco, don't worry, but we'll be alright. Very generic thing to say. It's like going automatically. Okay. Coco told me that if I could make the goddesses happy, I could get out of even the most desperate of situations. This is so lame. Maybe, no, definitely. We have a goddess with us. That's why we will never die. Huh. That is weirdly accurate. It's like one of those things where, like, if you were playing this for your first time, if you went back and played it a second time, you go, that line would hit different, right? We have a goddess with us. That's why we'll never die. Because Yu's the one staying back, so who's going with Takeshi, right? Yes, that's right. I too smiled and to answer Coco smile. Then I left the room. The words I said to Coco were merely comforting. Maybe I wanted to believe. I don't know. The I don't know's an artifact. Maybe I wanted to believe. We hope that such a goddess is watching over you nearby, watching over us nearby. As soon as we went to the control room, I don't know why I had slept, Sora went to the terminal. Three-dimensional map flows on the monitor. Holographic map.
プランとしては浸水した通路の海水を排水し通れるようにするというものなんです。
The plan is to drain the seawater from the flooded passageway and make it passable. I'm trying to see if I forgot how to set skip. Okay, there we are. So basically, I wanted to get rid of the text box because I wanted to see where the jellyfish gondola or the quale track was. I didn't notice this before, but this makes sense. It's on Dritte stock. It's on the bottom floor. You can see my cursor. Remember, in the original, it was on the middle floor. It was on Svite stock. So they did actually change the map to make it accurate. Okay, did I skip a line? No. Okay. Well, yes, I did actually. If we can eliminate the seawater in passage E, which is currently submerged, we can clear a route to Dritte stock. The cable that connects the system that activates the sump pump is broken, so we can't activate it remotely. So you're saying we can just activate the pump, like, in person, correct?
そういうことになりますが、本当の問題はポンプ室へ向かうルート上にあるんです。
That's the way it's supposed to be, but the real problem is the route to the pump room. What's the problem?
ポンプ室へのルートは2つほど候補があるのですが、ケーブル断線や外界センサーの機能不全により詳しい状態が把握できないんです。
There are two possible routes to the pump room, but due to cable breakage and malfunction of the external sensors, we are unable to ascertain the detailed status and condition of the room. So we don't know anything more?
つまり行ってみないとわからないってことね。
Why is Tsugumi's name like question marked? That's obviously Tsugumi's voice actor, so they don't need to question mark it. I mean, you never know until you get there. And we already know she was going to be here because you were supposed to watch the kid. So where did Tsugumi think Tsugumi was going to go? I don't know why. Needless suspense. I turned to look at the voice from behind me, and there was Tsugumi standing there leaning against the wall. Tsugumi?
何よ、私がいちゃ悪いの？
Like what? What? What's wrong with me? Nothing.
まあいいわ。それじゃ。
Okay. Tsugumi tries to leave the room. What? Where are you going?
どこだっていいでしょ。
Wherever you are, it doesn't matter, does it? Oh, just it doesn't matter, does it? He's going to the something. I thought Tsugumi was lying. That's correct. If you look at Tsugumi's behavior up till now, you can usually tell. It's the best way to get to the pump room. Silence speaks of affirmation. Oh, he asked Tsugumi. The passageway that steers to the pump room does not have a functioning external sensor. This means there was some kind of accident there. Tsugumi's injuries seem to have healed quite well, but it's only yesterday that she was injured. Such a body going to a place where you don't know what kind of danger is lurking is too reckless at any cost. I thought she was going to go, I'll take Tsugumi. It's on this auto. Stop or do not stop. Basically, it's stop or do not stop her. Just let her go. That's the problem with the vagueness of this. Like, does stop her mean you go with her, or does not stop, or does it mean you just don't go at all? Like, I don't know. I guess I'm gonna say stop, but I don't know what. That's like most likely way to go with her, right? Oops. Wait a minute. There we go. Found Tsugumi's arm. Didn't Tsugumi just get seriously injured yesterday? I'll go alone, and Tsugumi can wait with the others. Oh, I made the wrong choice. Phooey. Phooey. Is there a quick load? This is so silly.
倉成さん、もっと聞きたいですか？
Is there a way to scroll to next page? Forgot what the bumpers were. Oh, that's... Fig. Here we go. Triggers are Q and I. Okay. Let me try this. So, clicking back to the game. I and Q. No, those aren't... Doesn't respond to those. Hey. Well, that's back too far, so I'm just gonna have to... But I already loaded it. Crud.
倉成さん、もっと聞きたいですか？
Oh. I'm gonna have to you're gonna redo my previous choices here. Okay, skip is this button. It's not stuck. I don't like how the skip is working, but whatever. Oh, it's not considering it red text because I haven't loaded yet. Yeah, that's annoying. Okay. Because I like quick saved off a... Yeah. See, I don't know how to access that quick save that just happened there. Same chase I made last time. Don't change it. At least this is faster than the skip in the original, which was super slow. Although they did do a patch for that. They did change that with a Himo patch, but the original was, like, the original was really slow in the skip. Okay, I have to fast forward through all the Pygmalion stuff. Fast forward through more Pygmalion. This is like, who cares about the scene? The scene is very uninteresting. Talking about Tsugumi, and then they find her missing, and then they go hunt her down in the water purification room, and on. Yeah, you could argue that I shouldn't. I'm supposed to not save scum on my first pass. My problem is the reason why I save scummed, did the save thing, was because, like, it's not the choice that I wanted to make because I didn't understand the translation. Right. That's why. That's why I like found it justified. It was like a translation mistake, really. Okay, don't stop her. Okay. I didn't compete. I didn't compare at all. Okay. I didn't compare it. I didn't mind it or whatever. I thought it could not be compared. Oh, wrong kanji. I hate that kanji. Whatever, I get what it means, so. Whoops. I need to learn, I need to figure out, like, what that is in some kanji dictionary or something. Somehow look it up. Maybe using practicekanji.net. Sugumi always takes the initiative in taking an action to survive. Okay. Time of the generator. It's the time of the methane explosion.
私はただ
Just went to.
ただ死にたかっただけ
I just wanted to die. Tsugumi contradicted herself. They leave this. She acted inconsistently. They leave this up to like the reader to decide, though. Originally, why are they like making this set in stone? I don't like how they set it. They're like setting it in the dialogue. Tsugumi has a situation. Circumstances that cannot be easily touched. Perhaps once we understand the circumstances, our perspectives will change and the contradiction will cease to be a contradiction. It's like, yes, she wants to die, maybe she doesn't, but she also has an enemy that she wants to take out. I stare at Tsugumi as if searching for answers behind her eyes. Tsugumi averted her gaze. And then she left the room just like that. I tried to follow Tsugumi.
大丈夫みたいです。小町さんは救護室へ向かっているようです。
She's okay. Komachi-san seems to be on her way to the first aid room. Tsugumi understand my feelings? I'd like to believe I got through. Sora, I'm going out for a while.
それでは私はここの端末にアクセスしながら倉成さんをサポートします。
Tsugumi's gonna appear out of nowhere at some point, though. Then I will support Mr. Kurinari while accessing the terminal here. Please support me.
はい。
Yes. I waved lightly at Sora and left the room. Okay, so yes, no matter what we choose, we don't get to. So it didn't really matter. No matter what we choose, we don't get to go do this with Tsugumi anyway. We have to do this alone no matter what. However, we did increase the chance that Tsugumi could randomly show up by making that choice. Okay. We might have given ourselves a Tsugumi point if that mattered anymore. And maybe not a Sora point if that matters anymore. I hurried on, remembering the direction Sora had given me. So far, I'm not suffocating. Carbon monoxide levels do not appear to be above dangerous. Soon, I will see the first fork in the road. First it was right? Or was it left? I don't know. Yeah, this here means left. And it got turned into this, which somehow turned this into nose. Whoops. Okay, oh no, I can't remember. Can't you just ask Sora? I was almost at a loss for directions.
倉成さん、聞こえますか？倉成さん。
Mr. Kurinari, do you hear me? Mr. Chicken, now it's a callback to the original English translation. The voice of Sora echoes. And a small monitor reflecting Sora appeared before my eyes.
Kurinari-san, 今の悲鳴は一体何があったんですか？
Sorry. What happened to your scream just now? Oh. Sora, through the monitor in front of me, calls out to me with concern. Oh, she thought we screamed. Someone else screamed, I presume. Nothing, don't worry. I was a little surprised. Oh, he did scream. I forgot about that. Okay. Sora looked at me strangely. This is what support is all about. It's amazing. Sora can do this kind of thing.
レミオ内の私はあくまで一人ですが、端末の通信を使うことでこんなことができるんです。
I'm only one person in the mood, but I can do this by using the terminal's communication.
ご一緒できればいいのですが、近くに端末がない場合はシステムへのアクセスに若干のタイムラグが出てしまいますので、この方法を取りました。
I wish I could do it all at once, but if you don't have a terminal nearby, there will be a slight time lag in accessing the system. So I did it this way. Now it's a relief just to see Sora's face.
そう言っていただけると嬉しいです。
Glad to hear you say that. No, really, I was just now wondering if I should go right or left.
それでしたら、今の倉成さんのいるポイントからですと、その先の道は左ですね。
In that case, you can go from the point where Kuranari-san is now. The road ahead is right. It's right. No question mark. Thank you very much for the help.
どういたしまして。
Never go left. You're welcome. Thus, I moved onward, relying on the navigation system of Sora.
ここの一酸化炭素濃度は 0.01% です。
Again at that. Characters seem right. It's 0.01%. What is 100th of a percent? Lucy or something here. It's not like a local power thing. This is an internet speed thing. Like the internet won't. Or DeepL just really doesn't like this line. It's choking on it. So I go down to the next line temporarily. Looks totally fine. Okay. So, what was this? DeepL? Can't copy and paste out of this box, or else I could copy it into Google Translate. Okay, so for some reason, DeepL really doesn't like that
ここの
line.
一酸化炭素濃度は 0.01% です。
So that line will be forever lost until I learn Japanese.
いいえ、そんなことはありません。0.03% でも激しい頭痛を引き起こします。
Yeah, it's like if you throw a percent sign at DeepL, it will choke. Let me try, like, ignoring the percent, trying to crop off the percent sign and the dis, which is 2B, by the way. Yeah, dis is 2B. Carbon monoxide concentration, okay. There we go. It just doesn't like that percent. It's not. 0.3% is dangerous. .03% causes severe headaches and loss of consciousness.
0.1% で中毒死してしまいますから。
.1% causes death, right? Or Yeah, but they can't. DeepL hates percents, as I learned. Death is what I'm getting from that. Okay. Carbon monoxide fear.
倉成さん
Coronari. You now have this new suffocation risk you have to go through, which you often go through, and it's miraculous you still have some brain left. What's wrong, Sora?
この先の通路を直進すればその先にポンプ室があります
If you go straight down the passageway, you will find the pump room at the end of it. I see, it was easier than I thought it would be.
ですがこの先はケーブルが断線しているので詳しい状況が把握できません
Sorry, but I can't get the details beyond this point because the cable is disconnected. So I guess this is where the real work begins. Pull myself together. Passage in front of us was transected, whatever you want to call it, by a hatch. It's kind of an awkward place to stop, but for reasons I have to stop right here. So I'm just going to stop in this really awkward place. And I'll save the game kind of off the recording. So I'll stop and then I'll do a save while not recording.